Aloha, welcome to the House Committee on Finance. We're convening at 9 a.m. on January 13th, 2026 for the purposes of budget briefings from our various state departments. We're going to open up today with the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity. Whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture Chairperson, here with Deputy Director Dean Matsukawa.
Morning.
Wondering if we can start with the introductions.
Oh yeah, do your thing.
Okay.
Go for it.
So in the manner that it was written on the page, we have staff here that are administrators, managers, and subject matter experts. Starting with the ASO, Claire Ordino. If you could just raise your hand as you're called. Management Analysis, Warren Takanaka. We have Cedric Gates, who is our legislative coordinator. Andrew Robinson, he's the Agricultural Loan Administrator. Brian Cow, Ag Resource Management Division Administrator. Kevin Moore, the Ag Lands Branch Manager. Brendan Akamu, Market Development Program Manager. Hailey Zhao, Research Statistician. Dr. Isaac Maeda, Animal Industry Administrator. Todd Lowe, Aquaculture and Livestock Support Services Manager. We have Dr. Leo Obaldo, who is the Quality Assurance Division Administrator. We have Keith Otsuka, who is our Commodities Branch Manager. Richard Cohen, also here from Quality Assurance. He is the Measurement Standards Branch Manager. And Dr. Han Lau, who is the Plant Pest Control Branch Manager, part of the Plant Industry Division. Esther Reichert, Pesticides Branch Manager. Jonathan Ho, just walked in the room. Plant Quarantine Branch Manager. And Carol Okada, Administrative Executive Specialist. We have, is Craig in the room? Craig is not in the room, but we have a new, very significant new hire, Craig Pluette. He is the GIS Program Manager. He's coordinating the dashboard that is brand new to our website. Okay, and we have also our hemp specialist, June Tuliao. And that's in addition to anyone that might be online on Zoom right now, which that is so. And that's everyone that's here.
Go for it.
Go for it. Okay, we're gonna start with our prepared a budget testimony that I suppose is on, people can see it online?
Mhm.
Okay, so this is the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity testimony that I'll start with the major highlights of 2025. Starting with the Act 90 transfers that we're tasked to take care of when we began in 2023. Very significant improvements on this. During the calendar year 2025, we had 22 transfers of parcels totaling 1,531 acres as of December 31st of 2025. Our Act 90 transfers totaled 276, totaling 26,488 acres. In addition, DLNR and DAB have approved another 42,934 acres pending the executive orders and surveys in county subdivisions. Gotta give a shout out to our Ag Resource Management Division and also the cooperation we've had from Chair Don Chang at DLNR. It's been a real collaborative movement of these TOKs. Okay, Act 69 was the Ag Loan Refresh. We had not had changes on the Ag Loan program forever since Dean was the administrator 30 years ago. So that was significant, so successful that we have, we'll be asking during this session for a raise on our ceiling. It's been so successful, the farmers are responding. Thank you to our Ag Loan Division. The biosecurity dashboard, of course, hopefully we've had a chance to take a look. It was stood up ahead of schedule and the intent was to give the public the information that can be reassured that their tax dollars are going in a way that supports them, that we are in their neighborhoods, we're removing the dead coconut trees, which are of course breeding sites for CRB. So that was a significant, and thank you very much to the legislators and the governor for giving us the funding to finally stand up a dashboard that is this helpful. It's a work in progress, by the way. We have a lot more to do on this. Also, Akamai Arrivals. Akamai Arrivals is a program that is replacing the paper, hopefully, eventually, totally replacing the paper documents. I think being part of the airline industry in the past, it is a significant improvement to the way that we collect the information, helps them as well. We're at 70% right now. And the goal, of course, is 100%, so we're working on it. Thank you for that. Oh yeah, I should mention that on January 1st, a couple days ago, the link to the DBET tourism survey went live. So we're finally matching up the two, trying to support each other on the collection of data. Pesticide disposal program. This was revolutionary in terms of the current staff coming up with it. It has environmental benefits, it's voluntary, and thank you again for providing us the funding to implement a program like this. We're working on commercial applicators now because they really have the bulk of pesticides that we need to collect. It had not been done for 15 years, and we had 7 events last year and collected 39,846 pounds of unwanted pesticides, making the environment and the citizenry safer. Okay, then we had the development of the biosecurity plan that thanks to collaboration and learning and information that we picked up on travels that we've done to New Zealand and other countries. We have a lot to learn from other countries as well, like Taiwan, that's right on the same latitude that we are. So the biosecurity plan that we came up with is going to help, and it's gonna bring together the community, draw them in and get them to help us with our efforts to control. We have boots on the ground, HISC, the invasives have HISC on the ground, DLNR has boots on the ground, but it's nothing like what we can do if we engage the commodity groups and the citizenry to help us with our blitzes. Okay, we're sitting here and we're aware of the budget constraints that we all face as the state, we understand that. But at the same time, we realize that there are vacancies. This morning, we heard that out of the 4,000 positions, there's 25% vacancies statewide. We're going to work on that. We're going to work together to fill positions. I hope this is considered good news, but out of the 149 vacancies we started the year with, we're down to 116. So we're working on our vacancies, and the vacancies that still remain, we have people in the pipeline, we have 89-day hires, we have people that are being on the interview list. We're working on bringing that 116 down even further, which we have to do. Oh, career fairs, we've done, thanks to DHERD, we've done rapid hire events and OHI. We're getting there. We do know that the workforce development path is, we're working on that, but when you get them finally through all these efforts into the interview process and you make an offer, we're finding that the real one hurdle we need to address is the pay, right? What we hear is benefits don't pay my rent. So we'll be coming back to this body and asking for some consideration on those issues to help us do our business. Okay, the next slide that was prepared is the trends for 2026. Federal government cuts, heavy duty. The tariffs, we're working on programs that were just given to us. I was just last week in Santa Fe, New Mexico, meeting with the Western states, talking about how we're gonna use the $285 million that was given to us by the federal government to the Western states. Basically, it's called the America First Trade Promotion Program, AFTPP, and that's to combat some of the impacts by the tariffs. There's inflation, labor, climate change. Now, climate change is, sometimes we forget what it really means, but what it means to agriculture is drought and fires. It's resulting in a condition where one of the number one commodities sought by the world is forage. They want alfalfa, they want hay, because of the effects of climate change. So it has its impacts. Global pressures, we all know about there's wars everywhere, competition everywhere, supply chain disruptions. There's economic slowdown. It's called deglobalization and slowbalization. We're having to meet the demands that the rest of the world we used to look to the world for that, but even the world, India's not exporting rice, Ukraine's not producing wheat. The suppliers that used to rely on the other global partners, they're declining. The big number for Hawaii, the Census of Agriculture measures every 5 years in the years of 7 and 2. So the difference between 2017 and 2022, Hawaii lost 10% of our farms. Nationally, 6.9% of the farms went down. So our conclusion for this slide is for the state to double food production and achieve the 30 by 30 and 50 by 50 mandates that the state government has given to as challenges, we really need more support for ag farmers and ranchers. That's gonna have to be the strategy going forward. It is no longer a good strategy to rely on imports. The imports just aren't coming. Everyone's struggling. Farms are in decline and under pressure everywhere. So I'm gonna turn it over now to Deputy.
So with the budget constraints and everything going forward, the department is gonna be focusing on two different areas. One area would be the biosecurity area, and the second area is in order to reach the goal of doubling local food production, we need to increase support for farmers. So what we've done is kind of take a look at our development functions and our intent is to put them into one division, so it creates a one-stop shop for the farmers. It would integrate three functions that we do have in the department right now: financial assistance, marketing, research analysis, and statistics. Our plan is to kind of separate the functions out, make them more aligned with what they do, and then create synergy between these various functions. So if a farmer comes in for a loan, we can check whether they need a marketing assistance or maybe data on what crop to grow, or where the markets are, and that type of things. So what we also been doing a lot of is we're getting federal grants. We have a grant writer now. That has been very successful, and despite the cuts in the federal program, we have gotten some of those grants. So what we were thinking is that to put that all into the financial assistance section, and our marketing section has been also assisting with grant management. So our plan going forward is to create a special grant section which could take that burden off of marketing and let marketing focus more on marketing and increase their local marketing efforts in the state. Statistics was kind of mixed with research, and we had all our statisticians under economists. We're kind of going to separate those functions, so research kind of stays on its own, and statistics can kind of focus on just doing statistics. So like in doubling the local food production, if we stay on the track we are right now, we will be 2 years late. I mean, like by 2032, we will have doubled local food production. So despite the decline in farms, I think we're seeing large scale farms, mahi pono, that type of operations, Wailua eggs that are much larger, large scale ag, and I think that's moving us forward despite the decline in the number of farms. The actual farm production is increasing, and we're seeing the dollar value go up. Part of that is also attributed to the increase in prices and everything else, but we are kind of on track to doing that. We're also planning to do an aquaculture industry survey to find out what aquaculture needs, so we can help a growing fledgling industry. But at this point, we already contracted the survey. It should be done close to the end of ledge, and we'll use that to develop legislation for the next upcoming session. Let Sharon handle the biosecurity portion of our two-phase plan.
Okay, the biosecurity is not only, public health and welfare and safety and people, but every farm and ranch in the state has an invasive pest. Everyone would like to see the day when a farmer or rancher can wake up and just farm, start growing food, increasing, the amount of food that they can provide to us. instead of wondering, I wonder what pests did to my farm last night. I wonder if the pigs got in and ate up all my goods, right? So biosecurity is so important to farmers and ranchers, and we do have a invasive species plan. It's a work in progress, and the reason it's a work in progress is we have priority pests, right? LFA, CRB, koki. And once we get these taken care of, the work in progress is because right behind them, you have the Queensland beetle. You have the potential for other species to be introduced. So once, we're doing it all together, but focusing on the species plans for the LFA, koki, and CRB. Filling existing vacancies is top of mind. We have to find a way to, we reverse engineer the workforce development process. And we've gone down, yesterday there was a meeting with FFA. And we reverse it and we wonder where the holes are, how can we do it? But, no matter what we do, how much we prepare the student, the individual who wants to love to work for agriculture, push comes to shove, we have to pay them. We have to make it as the employer, we are being beaten by the other employers that are offering a better package, whether or not it's in the field that you want. I ask myself, is this the job I intended to get in college? I don't know. I guess I followed the money like everybody else does, right? We want to provide that sort of path. The branch reorganization is very exciting. It's going to it's pretty much deputy's idea to give the farmers and ranchers one place to go that they can get, how do I make money? What should I grow? Where's my resources? My electric bill is really, really high. How can I fix that? Now, that has nothing really to do with ag, but at least it gives the farmer a place to come and say, you are the economic development, agricultural loan division, help me. And to me, that's a very exciting thing. We're gonna have grants, we're gonna have marketing programs, trade shows, we'll be able to give them statistics. It's gonna be the dream that we're hoping to provide. Yes, we have to be sure that our biosecurity contracts are executed. I'm gonna take a moment just to say that every PD that DHERD has created is for a reason. That every PD is filled by an individual that has a job to do. Okay, then it's like serendipity. The federal government gives us the micro grants for foods, they give us $3 million. Only Alaska, Hawaii, and the territories got it. So now we have this opportunity to give individuals $5,000. 600 people a year can get $5,000. The work that entails is huge. So what do? We go to contracts. We enforce contracts. But every individual that's filling a PD is fully 8 hours of work. So the contracts are necessary for us to do the work that we're given, the good news. So you're gonna see some contracts coming out with the Act 250 funding that you've given us. CRB, LFA, import replacement. So we have to make sure that we have the expertise, the capacity to do that. And fiscal needs help, DAGs, OFAM, the whole pipeline of the contracts it needs to be beefed up, and we're gonna start with us. We're gonna start with the department. Risk assessments, we have Carol Okada and the PI, the plant industry team, because the pathways the bugs are coming in now is just increased. We have FedEx, we have Amazon, you can even pick up something at your local neighborhood grocery store. The pathways that the bugs come in are increasing, so we're doing risk assessments. Where are these bugs coming from? How can we capture them? How many people do we need? We're thinking of installing, I call them ring cameras, motion detectors when we don't have staff at the ports, let's say from 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock or 8 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And these will be manned by security companies, I don't wanna name them, but you know who they are. So when there's a detection, they can tell us, oh, no, that was just a cat. Oh, wait a minute, that really looked like a skunk there. So then they would trigger an alarm, and then Jonathan's phone would go off. So we're entering into these types of risk assessment programs that will enhance the work that we do, but maybe not so much by staff. But thank you for the funding for the risk assessment. These are the ideas that are running through the department right now. The Maui Transitional Inspection Facility. So Maui's in a rebuild mode. We know that. It's in a recovery rebuild mode, which means that they're gonna bring in construction material, furniture, food, cement. They're gonna bring in a lot of stuff. So we're gonna start with this pilot program that we pretty much learned from our trips to New Zealand. They have everything that comes into their country is inspected offshore before it enters. So we don't have that capacity, but we can set up a Maui transitional facility at Kahului Harbor. We've already met with DOT Harbors. Oh yeah, DOT Harbors, and we're selecting a spot through the work of Jonathan's team, the plant core team. They've been working with mainland companies because we have a high number of skunks and possums coming into the state nowadays. It's like 4 times more than we've experienced in the past. They've pretty much targeted that it's coming in on, not to point fingers, but they seem to be coming in on vehicles. So with the communication with the mainland, they've confirmed that the car companies store their cars in the open and they see a lot more skunks and possums running around. So this Maui Transitional Inspection Facility, we've met with Dre and we've identified a location that all the cars and construction materials, farm equipment, heavy, can go there for a detailed inspection. The last skunk we found was in the wheel well of a car, and it made it all the way to the dealership before it was detected. So that we're doing. I'm reminded that we have, by the end of the month, we're hoping to send a mailer to every district, a mailer with how to identify invasive, let's say CRB, what we're doing about it. You can go to our dashboard and check where we are in your neighborhood, and then what the public can do about it. And these mailers we're targeting the districts that right now have the issues, such as Waimanalo with CRB, LFA, Koki Frog as well. And so we're gonna do these types of things, and again, we're using the funding that you gave us. It was the invasive species outreach and communication line item that we're using to fund these mailers so that the public can join us in the fight, join us and join the biosecurity efforts. The dashboard is key. Public education, I'm getting in my inbox, and I'm sure Dean and the rest of the team from high schools. Can you give us information on this? We wanna do a class, our team wants to do an event. So we're really doing our job. The public wants to join the fight. The public is being educated through the dashboard as to where we are, and they're saying, we wanna volunteer. Biosecurity helps agriculture by reducing damage, preventing the spread of diseases, and easing restrictions for exports. I wanna take a moment to add that biosecurity is also, we focus on plants, but animal biosecurity these days is huge. On the mainland, we know of H5N1 concerns, and right now, we have something called, and Isaac and his team, Dr. Mata and his team are participating in weekly calls on the New World screwworm. Now, the New World screwworm, we don't have, and it is like 70 miles off the coast of Mexico right now, off the coast of California. And what it does, it's a fly. It's a fly. It bites humans, it bites animals, warm-blooded animals, it bites cows, and it lays their eggs. And the eggs form into larvae that eats flesh. Flesh-eating larvae. And it's scary. It's really, really scary. Secretary Rollins has funded a program that will eventually release 500 million sterile flies a week. It is that threatening to the industry and the livelihood of Hawaii. So let's focus on animal diseases as well. The veterinarian team meets flights, ships, checks for diseases, and our Akamai Arrivals program keeps us safe from rabies. Every animal that comes in has microchipped, and that has information that is vital to whether or not they're, what's what I want, immune or resistant to rabies, they've already got the antibodies. But we have to do a physical check of every animal. And that is a delay, and despite what we would like to do, we only have 2 ticks in the state, and there's like 400 ticks in the world. The ticks that we have are not really a threat to human health. But in order to be sure that the animals that are coming in don't have ticks, we do have to do a physical inspection. And my question was, so why can't they be checked on that side, wherever they're coming in from? And I was told by our veterinarians and Dr. Maita's team that if you read the reports, ticks are found on airlines, they're found on vehicles, they're found on people. So we really do have to be extra cautious. BTS, another threat. So the point I'm trying to make, maybe too long-winded, is that biosecurity is going to be expanding in this coming year, 2026, to include animals. So we're going to be focusing on the biosecurity of keeping Hawaii safe from pests on animals as well as plants. Okay. Turning it over to
Okay.
CIP.
Okay, let me go over our CIP request. The first one is the Royal Kunia Ag Park. It's $15 million. This is to develop 150 acres in Kunia into 24 agricultural lots. This will move the needle much, quite a bit on our doubling local food production goal. The project is shovel ready, so the timing can't be better. This area is located with our best water. It has Waiahole ditch water available, so irrigation water is available. The developer is gonna be bringing up the utilities to the permanent water will be brought up by the end of 2028, so it coincides with this development. So what that brings up is they're gonna be bringing up the potable water. We have the irrigation water from Waiahole ditch. The potable water is necessary for food safety compliance. So all these 24 farms would be able to keep fully food safety compliant, and we're bringing up the electrical systems also, the electrical power also. So it'll be a very good, it's an excellent project. We've been waiting many years for this, so we're ready to move. It's shovel ready, and it's something we really wanna get done this year. The second request is 15 million for the Waihawa Dam to bring it up to dam safety standards. This system is very, very important because it provides irrigation water throughout the North Shore area. It's a vital resource even to fishermen and everything else in the area, but it has to be safe. So number one, we want to make sure the dam is safe for the public. There's another, it's a $31 million project, so we need an additional 16 million on this one to get it done. But it's an asset to the state. Right now, it's kind of a liability, and if we get this done, then it could be an asset to the state for many, many, many years going forward. Our next request is 1,150,000 for the Waimea irrigation system improvements. This is for tunnel and ditch stabilization and improvements to the flumes and the ditches. The animal quarantine station is $4 million. This is to make needed repairs to the roofing and the electrical system on the current site. The Kahuku Ag Park, we're asking for 1,775,000. This is mainly for water storage tanks and standpipes on the irrigation system within the agricultural park. Our final ask is for the 1.3 million for non-agricultural and agricultural parks statewide. These are for roads, bridges, and culverts. Is our primary ask in the budget right now. We're happy to answer any questions.
Sure, thank you. Just a brief kind of catch-all question. you folks seeking any emergency appropriations? Have you guys been okay with the existing restrictions from the administration?
Yeah, I think right now we're okay.
You're okay.
Yeah, 10%.
Okay, members, any questions to start us off? I know you got questions.
I got a couple, but I don't wanna
No, going.
chairs over there, who's
Yeah.
got a ton.
Yeah, we're also joined by Chair Chan. Congrats, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, thanks for coming, appreciate all the work you folks do, and I know it's everything all the time, all at once, like all so I'll just a couple areas, so the CIP, that $16 million for the second half of that improvement, that's gonna be next biennium or is that in a few years out?
This is
or-
what the governor gave us.
Okay, so
the
you wanted
15
31 and you
Yeah,
got
we wanted
15.
31, yeah.
Is it, will you be able to work with 15 in incremental fashion to get progress going, or is it just gonna be 15 and sits in the bank?
No, I think we have to do it all one shot.
Okay,
It'll be a contract thing.
Okay. And then the other easy question is the cameras you were talking about, that's a great idea. And I'm sure Jonathan is aware of the call it AI technology that instead of hiring a security company to look at a video screen and sleep through the night, just have a computer do it for you and it alerts Jonathan or whoever you designate to that technology. I think would be a lot, wherever you can use technology like that. Little harder questions, the marketing program, can you guys maybe talk about the size of, like the number of personnel, the budget, and any like recent successes or any examples of that within the?
Sure, thank you. We do have our marketing manager here, but I used to be the marketing manager, if you recall, and we've not grown at all in our marketing team. Right now, you have the manager, you have 2 economic development specialists, and then you have a intern and an office manager. There is federally funded position that we're trying to change to a permanent position. What was it? Oh yeah, where we're very deficient in our budget is the trade shows. There's an impression, not in this room, but elsewhere, that trade shows are fluff. Trade shows are like fun and games, but it's not. Trade shows are where the buyers rely on to meet you. The buyers come to trade shows all over the world, eager to meet American Hawaiian companies because we are food safety certified. You will see in trade shows, the USA Pavilion is packed, shoulder to shoulder. And then you go to another country's trade pavilion, you could throw a roll of bowling ball down the alley. So I asked the Mexico contingent, because we're in competition with Mexico for our products. And they say, because you guys are food safety certified. We wanna be food safety certified. We're trying to be like you guys. And I said, what about the taste? We don't care about the taste. We'll get there. So trade shows, we have lost our trade shows, folks, because we don't have the funding for it. FoodX, our #1 top trade show, Japan has been our top trading partner for agriculture exports since the beginning, since we've been tracking stats. We no longer are the lead in the FoodX show. We've relied on DBET to fund us because they have funding. So DBET takes the lead, thank goodness for DBET, thank you, but we are allowed to participate. Much to the chagrin, by the way, of the ATO, Agriculture Trade Office in Japan, prefers that agriculture take the lead for agriculture shows. But in order to be a presence and to promote Hawaii products, we partnered, and thankfully so. So yes, the budget could certainly be beefed up. Gulf Food is the #1 trade show in the Gulf Coast region. It makes so much money. I think in that region, they produce between 1% and 10% of what they eat. So 90% of their food has to come in. The United States of America, our booth there, I'm telling you, is shoulder to shoulder. I had one guy say he had to go home after day 1. He sold, like 40 containers of sunflower seeds on the first day. He's from California.
So Let me cut you off real quick on that.
Yeah, thank you, I
'cause
can
you're
talk.
Obviously very proud in that surpassed zone. So as I understand, it, you have about 6 people and you guys go to trade shows and present a select product mix from Hawaii and try to secure contracts that way, or do you go with the vendors, the farmers, or the processors themselves? How, I mean, just try and orient
Okay.
for the rest of us so we understand how that money's allocated and
Okay.
how it's
Good question.
how it moves our sales of export of Hawaii products forward.
We use our federal partners to help us with the international trade shows. But we have to pay for the booth, we have to pay for staff travel, okay, so we have that. But we also do local trade shows. We do the Made in Hawaii Festival, we do the lodging show. You know, there's different ways that we can promote the landscape show, the Lich Landscape Industry of Hawaii has a trade show. So we need funding for that. But we also need funding for the Seal of Quality program that promotes genuine Hawaii-made, Hawaii-grown products. We need campaigns for that to inform the tourists and local people that if you buy this seal, if you recognize the seal, you are getting a genuine product. The macadamia nuts that you're buying are not from Australia, they're not from Africa, they're from Hawaii with the Seal of Quality. We also have the Made in Hawaii with the Aloha program. So we need, the funding that you give us is well spent for promoting local products, locally, nationally, and internationally.
Okay. Okay. I can go more on that with you later. So the biosecurity focus, switching gears, I know we've talked a little bit about this, but like on Hawaii Island, QLB, which is a Queensland longhorn beetle, was like an emerging threat for like 15 years in Puna, and finally it just jumped across Hilo into Hamakua, and it's really wrecking the cacao industry, but it's also the ulu industry, which is really starting to lift and grow on Hawaii Island. That cooperative has been a big part of that. And I know like we're still fighting koki frogs and LFA, but I feel like that ship has sailed. I know here on Oahu maybe there's some options, but I ask that you guys consider and work in your when you were talking about your strategic plan, how to allocate those resources where we can actually stop stuff. Like CRB is a good example, right? Molokai, it's not there. Maui, it's pretty quiet. West Hawaii, Hawaii Island is a possibility of getting it under control or eradicating it. Those are like efforts that are money that are well spent. $1 million on Terminex for LFA and Hilo. That's just throwing it into the wind. I mean, I don't know. You have to pay for that forever if you're going to do LFA as an ongoing. We talked about that. So I just, as you try to fill that biosecurity focus, that we try to look at our imminent or early pest detection and putting a lot of effort at that versus stuff that's like a biocontrol. That's what we should put biocontrol money into, not pesticides. That's just really tough. And we've had these conversations. And then the last one is the integration of ISC into. Been reading some emails. ISC is the Invasive Species Council that's going to be transferred from DLNR as an attached agency to Department of Ag and Biosecurity, and I just was wondering if you could provide an update on that.
That happens in 2030. That's the deadline for it. The preparation to that moment is that we are, I guess I don't want to say we're waiting, but there is the Deputy of Biosecurity that's in place January 1, 2027. So up until that time, I believe the funding stays with DLNR this year, and next year the funding comes to, next fiscal year, the funding comes to Department of Ag and Biosecurity. So it's kind of like we're working with ISC, Jonathan and his team, they have a schedule for, I think ISC's they're canvassing the area in Hawaii, and then when they find a detection, positive detection, they send our team out, and then so we're working together. You read in the paper about how CRB, they have the detection dogs at the county level, and and then I think Kauai got 6 dogs. And so they do the detection, they call us. So we are working with the integration of the two together. The real impetus is gonna happen when the Deputy of Biosecurity is in place January 1, 2027. At that moment, hopefully we have enough of the financial side set up, the positions. In fact, I believe as far as the positions, DLNR and DAB has agreed that no positions from DAB, they wanna keep all their positions, and it's understandable. So we're gonna have to establish positions within within DAB to accommodate or to make ready or to be effective when we merge with HISC. So that is the details that we're working on now. Kind of like housekeeping stuff. DLNR is gonna keep this, we're gonna do that. But we're really in heavy recruitment mode right now to look for the Deputy of Biosecurity. Somebody that is familiar with both the HISC and the research side, the animal side, the plant side. It's gonna be an all-encompassing thing that take in CRB, take in LFA, take in, how is this gonna look? How many people do we need? How much money do we need? 2030 is like right here.
I know, that's why I ask. It's 2026 already. Ding, ding. Okay, well, thank you. I'm sure we'll learn more when Chair Chan has his biosecurity meeting next week. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, if you ever need help training your guys, I have koki frogs, I have fire ants, my ohia tree died from rod, and I also have Queensland longhorn beetle all in my yard, on like a quarter acre. So
Yeah, he
Very
lives in town. Like,
I'm right next to the
You
wall.
walk to KTM.
Yeah.
We need to inspect you every time you get off the plane.
It's all good. It was all there before you were director. No stress. Okay, who else has some questions? Chair, you got any questions? Okay, we'll go Rep. Pruso, Rep. Kitagawa, Rep. Morikawa. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for being here. So you mentioned in your materials that there are multiple functions or multiple sources of revenue that have been coming from the federal government to address the middle of the supply chain infrastructure. I'm thinking about the USDA, Resilient Food Systems infrastructure, and so on. And you cautioned that those federal funding streams are threatened. And then you also mentioned that the positions that support farm to school and farm to state purchasing you only have 2 federally funded positions, if I read that correctly.
I don't think we have any federally funded positions for farm to school.
Okay, so and so maybe that's not a concern, but I am wondering, given the context of the federal threats to funding, do you have an analysis, a plan to develop permanent state capacity should those sources of funding dry up to address the middle of the supply chain functions?
Thank you.
And
We do have a
infrastructure.
plan, and it's with this reorg, but I wanna address the RFSI question. RFSI has been wildly successful
Right.
nationally, right?
Yeah.
We have 10 companies locally that are making a success with that funding. But it's going away. They've told us that it's gone. So next month at the NASDA meeting, the National Association of State Departments of Agriculture, we have an action item to add equipment piece. That we're not interested in the movement of the earth piece, the big infrastructure piece. What we're looking for is funding, adding a piece for equipment into the specialty crop block grant program. Because that funding is it's a mandatory federal funding program. It's in the Farm Bill, 50 states, territories support it. Let's add an equipment piece onto the specialty crop so that our middle of the supply chain, enhancing specialty crops, guess what? All we have is specialty crops here. The only downside to that would be that animal proteins are not supported through the specialty crop block grant program. So we might be standing in front of you in the future asking for RFSI money for the animal protein sector. But right now, that's a plan to, RFSI. We also have a climate change bill going through, Cedric.
Yeah, climate
And I think what we've decided on, and I know we're in a budget shortfall, but let's stipulate that. 1% of our farm gate would be $7 million. We're saying, could you give us $7 million for the RFSI program locally? And it would just be for equipment. CIP projects are tough to get through, but just equipment, if a coffee mill just needs a new roaster, or a food hub needs a freezer, a large freezing capacity, or a cut wrap chill. Wow, that'll make such a difference to the agriculture, doubling food production, allowing DOE to procure more locally produced products. Because the DOE is what is it called? On indefinite time, indefinite quantity. And so when you want indefinite time, indefinite quantity, the farmers have a hard time providing 4,000 pounds of tomatoes at a moment's notice. So what they want is the food hubs, the infrastructure, the equipment can be there to provide that indefinite time, indefinite quantity for the institutions. But they don't have it,
No.
So it's a brilliant idea, 7 million, climate change, food sustainability.
So there's a bill that's being introduced in the governor's package?
We only have one bill we're introducing,
legislators.
the legislators are helping us with that bill.
I look forward to learning more about that, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go Rep. Kitagawa and then Morikawa.
Thank you for being here, to all of you. I have a few questions, hopefully they're short, answers. I noticed, when you went over the CIP, there is one that's in your, document that you provided that you didn't go over, which was for the Molokai irrigation system improvement. So I just wanted to check if you were still requesting that or if you no longer need that and the PowerPoint is the updated.
Yeah, the PowerPoint is up there. I think it was inadvertent, it's in error in the chart.
Okay, so that Molokai irrigation
yes,
system
it's
is
not
not needed. Okay,
yeah.
great. And then I just wanted to, I read through the little section you had about little fire ants and the update. And I guess my question is just, I know you're doing work on it, you're working with other agencies as well to address it, but do you think that with all the work that has been done in the last year or so, that Oahu is still, that we're still able to potentially eliminate LFA on Oahu? Or are we beyond the point where it's sort of like now we're just managing? Because in previous years when we talked, right, that was what we were trying to do, is eliminate LFA from Oahu. Now it seems that it's grown, there's more sites. So I'm wondering what the department's perspective is on LFA on Oahu.
Okay, I mean, we do have Jonathan here who can respond to it, but the word eradicate is a tough one, right? It's like Jonathan goes crazy every time I use the word eradicate, but Mililani was successful in eradication. So LFA can be eradicated. It needs a lot of community support. There are tools and resources to do. There are chemicals out there. There are agencies out there that can eliminate, eradicate. And I'm maybe it's trifling, but I use the cockroaches and rats example. If community and homeowners individually didn't try to take care of roaches and rats, we would be overrun. So yes, the department is doing what we can. I'm told by my entomologists that the only cure for ant is a worse ant, and we don't want that, right? So we need to take the lead and do what we do with keeping our areas safe, so we don't give up. We're not giving up. But we're contracting with the team that has the cars, the personnel, and the equipment. We're providing chemicals. You are giving us funding to provide chemicals to homeowners, and we're all in it together. But the reason that we're using contract PCO, the certified pesticide operators, is LFA is a structural pest. According to the rule, you attack a structural pest with a certified pesticide operator. So we're working with Hal and saying, you know what, maybe, we understand that you teach them the procedures, But because you are not until you become a certified pesticide operator, the state's liability, you know, we would like to protect everyone. So we're working with the certified pesticide operators, like I said, have the staff, have the equipment, have the cars, and we'll get there. We're not giving up, we can still get to the E word, but we're gonna need the community and the homeowner, the Parks and Rec, you know, everyone that's involved to kind of get in the fight with us.
Okay, so it's still possible, which is great.
Still possible,
Okay,
and it
great.
has been done.
Okay, that's great. And last question, if people, because you know, I've heard in Kaneohe, right, that there are trees that look like they're CRB, they're completely gone, the coconut trees. So if community members see a tree either on the main road or at their home or wherever it may be that looks like it may have CRB, is there a number that they're supposed to call? Is there someone that they can reach out to say, help, is this CRB? What can I do to stop the spread?
Yes, it's the pest line, but it's not working real well, so the dashboard is in the dashboard, there's that link that you can report it. The chasm is public and private. So as the Department of Agriculture Biosecurity, we can do public lands. A lot of the reports we're getting in are for private property, and we can help them. We can even go so far as to help them with providing chemicals, but we have to be there, right? To apply it. So there is that on the dashboard, there's that number, but it's not as effective as, we're trying to find a better way, you know? Maybe just this hotline that Deputy is coming up with is the one-stop shop. You just call this one place, send us a picture, and we can take care of it. So it's nobody wants to see a dead tree, but the worst part about it is it's a source of breeding. It's a host for breeding additional CRB, so.
So is there a number or a something to call now so that, you know, like that we can share, right?
643 PEST.
It's 643 pass, 808.
Okay, but you just said that doesn't work so well.
Well,
Oh.
we'll take a message, right?
Oh,
But
We
you-
think, yes, you don't get a lot of these.
But if we get this one-stop shop set up, then you'll have a live person, take it down, like a dispatcher.
so the dashboard is working though.
The dashboard is working.
So is there like I'm not sure if it's in your presentation or not, but can you email like all of us with
Mailer.
the link and information? I mean, the mailer is
Yeah.
great, but it's only going to certain areas, right? But I think even to other representatives who may not get the mailer,
We'll do-
being able for all of us to disseminate that would, I think, be helpful.
Okay, yeah, we can get that to you.
Great, okay, thank you so much, thank you.
Thank you, Roy Call.
Thank you. My question is up on CRB because every week I see the golf course at Wailua. And I just realized that in 2023 is when it was first, I guess, treated. And it's 2026 now. Are the trees survivable after they've been treated? Or are they like completely, once the beetle's there, they treat it, is it gonna make it or is it not gonna make it?
It's a good question. They're all stages of survival. Our focus now, using the funding that was given to us, is removing the dead trees. But what we do is we go out and we inspect, exactly to your point. Does this coconut tree have potential for survival? And if it does, we will save that tree. We will save that tree, we'll tag it, it's been treated, don't eat the coconuts. But yeah, the focus is on removal of the dead trees because of the threat as a breeding site.
I see that.
And the danger to the public should it fall over,
Right,
so,
right.
yeah.
Now, you know, coconut is very popular. They're being sold to drink and will those trees that have been treated ever produce fruit? And how long will it be before you can
I
actually
think
use the
Jonathan,
fruit?
is it 1 year?
Um,
Oh, maybe it's Esther's question?
Hello, I'm Esther Reichert, the branch manager for pesticides branch. So, if they are using a pesticide product that is for food use, right? In this case, coconut. first, the product label itself has to state that you can use it on coconut. And if that is the case, there is going to be additional requirements as far as how long you need to wait before you can actually pick the fruit and consume it. Usually it's a year, but it's product dependent, right? Because different products have different kinds of chemicals with different percentages.
So that's what I'm worried about, is if a tree has been treated, but a person doesn't know that it's been treated and might just go and pick the fruit. Or is there a way that people will know that a tree has been treated?
So
Is it
it's
just a tag,
So I guess there's two different types of treatments. So there's like crown sprays with residuals, and then there are some systemic injectables. So the crown sprays, they wear off after a specific amount of time. They're not, within the tree, and then injectables, they do wear off over time. The trees are labeled, so if we're doing treatments, we use there's, I think folks have seen that CRB, that plastic tape, but we're also like putting on a physical metal tag for each individual tree that's indicating when the tree was treated, and then we have data to make sure that we know when the tree was treated, what it was treated with, so that essentially a lot of it's asset protection. We ensure that we can continue the treatments to make sure that the trees survive. To answer that prior question, that if the trees are damaged, depending on the level of damage, if you start treating them, the trees can recover. If they're not, if they're just sticks, obviously there's not enough energy. But if there's not a lot of damage, the treatments, and you prevent additional feeding damage, the trees can recover from CRB. So it's not once they get hit, they're gonna die. But you got to be quite selective about what you're how you're using the chemicals, and then obviously where you're using the chemicals. Generally speaking, we're not treating trees that are being used for food. They're primarily all landscaping trees.
okay, and then if a tree has the beetle and it has fruit and people go and eat the fruit, it's okay.
Yes. I think there's only one chemical that can be used on fruiting coconuts, and I don't think really anyone's using it. All the rest of the chemicals, the trees need to have no fruits or flowers to be treated.
Yeah, okay. I guess it's just we have to let the public know how to identify trees that have the beetle. And I know it's because the leaf is kind of weird, deformed, and that's usually a sign that the beetle is in there.
Yeah, the V-shaped cuts.
Yeah. I don't know if we have enough information out to the public about that.
Yeah, I guess to get back to like the website, so it's biosecurity.hawaii.gov, so that's the dashboard.
Yeah, I was kind of breezing through it.
And then and obviously that's a work in progress. We're adding additional information there. And then I guess as to the reporting, the pest hotline 808-643-7378, it does come to plant quarantine. Depending on where you're calling from, it'll kind of auto route. It will be picked up if it's during normal working hours. Obviously it kind of varies depending on the island. But after hours, there is a answering machine, and then we respond to everybody that calls, because I know a lot of people, especially like private homeowners, we don't really have the capability of treating every single person's home for CRB. But a lot of times, again, we provide them with information about things that they can do about obviously mulch management, how to protect their trees, give them knowledge about if they want to do chemical treatments, things that they can do. And then again, a lot of things about kind of, I guess, debunking. A lot of times I think stuff that they see online, like they're buying potting mix from Miracle Grow, and it has CRB larvae in it, and it's coming in infested, and that's not the case. It's getting infested in the state. Making sure that folks, when you buy them, don't buy them with holes in them, right? Because the beetles are just flying into it and stuff like that. So it's just a lot of it is a lot of education.
My last question would be, I know you guys are going into more drone treatment because of the height of the tree. Are you guys sufficiently funded for something like that?
Currently, yes, because we're treating right now really only public areas, and again, it's pretty limited into the types of trees that we're treating with that particular technology.
So you're okay for now?
Thank you.
Okay, we'll Chair Chun and then we'll move to committee members.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, I have. Hey, Chair, thanks for being here. Yeah, I have a question about the Act 90 land transfers and the $4.5 million contract for that. And basically it's kind of a two-part question. So the first part is what kind of expenses are incurred for the transfers, and secondly, there's still a large outstanding balance. Are you folks anticipating using all of that funding by the end of the contract date, which is 9 months?
Could you see the contract amount that was?
Oh, 4.5 million. So it's on table 10 of the active contracts on page 24. And it's the first one, AGR 141.
I'm pretty sure that the funding that was given, the costs that are incurred for Act 90, the number one cost is the surveying. Sometimes not the whole parcel doesn't come over. At times there's a very important environmental piece that DLNR needs to maintain, whether it's a watershed or something. So when they parcel it out that way, the subdividing, the surveying and that activity can be really expensive. I mean, there was one parcel that needed to come over, a very high visibility parcel. It was a Capapalo Ranch. The surveying on that was over $400,000. So that expense, I would have to go to Datamart and check that contract number. Brian, do you know how much is left?
It's just over 4 million.
Is there 4 million still left?
Yeah, where like the bigger parcels are starting to come over now.
Okay, so what he's saying is that a majority of the funding, if you went to Datamart, would make us look bad, because a lot of the funding is still there. But Act 90 parcels are just started to move over, and the larger parcels are the ones that are DLNR is keeping certain parts of it, and that takes the survey. And the other thing that Act 90, another cost of Act 90 is when they come over to Department of Agriculture, we have to redo their lease, and there's homework, there's paperwork. And within the Agriculture Resource Management team, we have Kevin Moore here who's in charge of the land division. It's mandated that we do 2 inspections per year on each lease that we have. So when that transaction occurs, if all these parcels come over, we have 2 land managers right now. I think we're in the process of hiring a third. But we'll probably be back in here asking for personnel to continue that pace of additionally, we wanna add we wanna add language into our leases that helps the landowner control invasive species on their property. Right now, we are calculating, Brian is doing his best to decide how to help the lessee maintain, help them with the invasive species that might be there now or might come later, whatever. So those are the kinds of costs that Act 90 is going to create, is the surveying, the maintaining of the lease, things like that. But we still have a bulk of that money that we can tap into. I think right now, as we're speaking, there's only one parcel that was on the original transfer list, not the do not transfer list, that is still pending. So we're
That's why I asked, because I think it's kind of stalled right now, so it's gonna happen. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
the other thing I wanted to ask, and I know it's not in your presentation, but there's been, I think biocontrols are the key to pest management once we're past the eradication point. There's been discussions about a biocontrol laboratory. And I know I've heard DAB talk about it and also CTAR. So I just want to clarify, are you folks talking about separate facilities or a joint facility? Something that you folks can share?
Good question. It is a separate facility. The facility that we are working on was part of Act 231. And the funding that was given to us, thank you, is for the planning of the biosecurity, where this facility would be. We'll be back in when when our contractors determine the cost of it. But we're making real good progress, thank you for that. We have determined with the help of DLNR and ADC mostly, it's ADC actually, has indicated a TMK for us in Wahiwa, where this biofacility level 3, we can start bringing biocontrol agents in, doing the testing we need to do. Carol testified the other day that we've kind of scaled it down from a mobile modular type facility. We can take a Matson container and retrofit a lot faster and a lot cheaper. So we have the biocontrol agents stacked up, ready to come in to do fireweed and holoscale and different types of pests. The permitting is a problem. We don't wanna bring in another mongoose, of course. But the biosecurity money that we have now will lead to the actual facility construction. And then we can really focus on biocontrol. As I think anybody who does biosecurity pesticide study can agree that biocontrol really is the only answer. It's really the answer.
Thank you, Chair.
Let me know if anything else comes up. Okay, Rep. Templo?
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Director and Department. Thank you for being here today. My question is on biosecurity effectiveness. First, I'd like to say thank you very much for the outreach. You guys actually came to Kalihi and gave a CRB presentation, so I appreciate it very much. But in trying to understand, how do you guys determine effectiveness? I'm glad that LFAs are gone in Mililani, but in different communities, how do you know what works and what doesn't, and how do you go about doing that kind of measurement of progress?
It's pretty much scientifically determined how we use our terminology. The reason that our plant quarantine team shudders every time I use the word eradication is because there is a definition for it, Jonathan. The definition of eradication?
Yeah, it's gone.
I mean, but it has to be a 3-year period.
That did sound
It depends on the
scientific.
pest. It depends on the pest. Like, so for example, with koki, you can't have any frogs for 8 months, because that's the life cycle, right? So there's a lot of time and effort that's placed into getting to eradication.
So I guess the short-winded answer is, there is a definition for when a particular treatment is effective. It varies by pest. And in order to use the eradication word, we would use the scientific definition for LFA is what, 8 months, 8 years, or what? There's a really, it's a long
3
time.
years.
3 years, 3 yees. So we can say that Mililani is now eradicated because it's been 3 years since detection. So, the effectiveness is based on that.
Do you guys have a map, seeing hotspots for fire ants and corkies and all that?
We do, it's the dashboard.
Oh, dashboard. Oh, nice, okay. So that's online and we can check it out.
Yeah, with the proviso, the caveat is that Oahu data we have Oahu data, we're inputting Oahu. We're working on agreements. I think there's a big argument globally about public information sharing of data, the privatization of data. And so we're working to make sure that we're squeaky clean on the data that we're gonna be collecting from the counties and the ISKs for Hawaii data. Because the state, the DAB collected it. Oahu information is up there. We will be uploading the other data when we have a nice agreement that allows us to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask one more question? Of course. I have a question on food security. Is there any talks with increasing local productions in urban areas, and do you guys have talks with vertical farming? That kind of deal?
Micro grants for foods, thank you for that question, because on Monday, the 19th of January, Brendan and his team are opening up the micro grants for food security application. It provides $5,000 for each individual homeowner to increase the quantity and quality of locally produced food. So if you live in a condo and you wanna do a vertical, you got $5,000 you can apply for, but I can sense Brendan shuddering now because it has to do with the story. You have to provide the amount of food you're gonna grow, how many people you're gonna feed, and what you're gonna do with the money. And that's the three things the feds want. They want to know how many people you're gonna feed, what are you gonna grow, and how you're spending your money. But that opens Monday. Still Monday, Brendan?
Yes, it is.
This is open to nonprofits as
No,
well.
open to you,
Oh, everyone.
everyone.
Okay.
Just identify yourself as Representative Shirley.
Okay, Roger.
What do you think?
I don't think
No?
representatives can apply.
Okay. Make sure you put your title on there.
Schools and organizations can apply as well, but they would be eligible for $10,000 with the 10% cash match. But it's amazing things have been done with $5,000.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Alright, thanks. I have a quick one. So I kind of randomly dropped in on what I thought was a really cool thing. DBED puts together these reverse trade missions. And I kind of tagged along in East Hawaii where they brought in people from like Taiwan, other parts of China, social media influencers, buyers for large, retail operations there. It was mostly focused around coffee. Kind of what's the department's current role in that, or like some of these other programs, are you kind of reliant on DBED for financing and what they choose to include you in?
Here you're breaking my heart. The Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity has been having what other agencies call reverse, they've been known within the agriculture community as inbound missions. Okay, and what that does is generally they've been federally funded through the Market Access Program for an ag service, and it is the best activity to link buyers and suppliers because the Hawaii supplier just sits here, shows them what they got, take them to their beautifully, white puffy cloud farm, beautiful sun, and the buyers buy. The coffee industry has done it, papaya industry when they were there, they need seed now, but they did it. It is a wonderful way to have a mission. And then when the buyers buy, then you have your outbound mission. You actually go to that country and the buyers come and it's like speed dating. And then the next step is a trade show. You actually have a booth and you start expanding your sale to all buyers, not just specific buyers. So the inbound mission is great. Shaq, who is the Synergistic Hawaii Agriculture Council, with coffee, papayas, mac nuts, cacao, and floriculture, is led by Suzanne Schreiner. They have about $108,000 during this fiscal year to bring in, to focus on inbound missions, outbound missions, trade shows, whatever they want to do. I want everybody, pretty much, sorry to be this way, but the federal government is focusing on emerging markets. They don't want their federal dollars right now, like for Shaq, to focus on mature markets. So while Japan has been our number one trade partner, we have nonstop flights to Korea and Australia. The federal money wants us to focus on the Philippines, markets that are not so mature. We wanna go to Canada. Canada's, they call it a mature market. So all that to say, you're gonna see inbound missions and outbound missions and trade show participation with additional funding. So let me take another moment, sorry, one more moment. When you work with the federal government, you're working with the regulations that'll blow your mind. It's really, really tough to participate. It's easy to make a mistake. So water and salt are not considered federally supported agricultural products, okay? So when when Brendan plans a trip, no water, no salt. And what do we sell? We have wonderful water, we have wonderful salt. So if you give us money to do trade missions that are Hawaii specific, we can take everybody. We're not limited to the federal rules on what we can and cannot do. And that's why the state dollars are so important to support our Hawaii products.
Do you have anything to add?
Yes, I just wanted to add another topic of the biosecurity dashboard that we created. I know Rep. Templo had a question about the maps. So on Zoom, I did pull up the biosecurity.hawaii.gov, and as you can see, there is maps that you can also see here. And then to Rep Kitagawa's question about reporting, I did pull up that as well, so you guys can see what that reporting looks like. So for example, if you go to our home page and you want to report little fire ants, you can click on that and go down a little bit to the page and it says click to report. And when you click to report that, there is another option right here where you can see, you can report the name, where you've seen it, and drop any files that you have into the 643 PEST. Also, it has the number right here, 643 PEST. So for reporting it to us, that's your best route to do that. Thank you for
No, thank you.
Put it in
Member,
the dashboard.
sorry, go ahead. We have more questions, I assume. Okay, before we turn it over, I just wanted to thank you. I ended up at this event in Pahoa like a year and a half ago. It's about half an hour south of Hilo. It was a Saturday afternoon and you were there manning a Department of Agriculture booth by yourself. And I was completely stunned. I've never seen anyone do that, given the travel and everything. So super impressed and super accessible for everyone and the community out there. We took a picture and you looked very small. You know, you did a great job. Okay, Rep Gideon.
Director, Deputy Director, thank you so much for being here. Last week, we did a talk story session, panel discussion in my district. You were there. We had more than twice the expected turnout that we normally have. So it's obviously a very important issue. The main topic was food sustainability and agriculture. But one of the main topics that kept coming up was shortage of land for farmers. So I've got two questions for you. First one, with land values rising and housing pressure increasing statewide, what tools does the State Department believe are most effective to protect agricultural lands long-term and keep them in active production?
We're up in here again.
But I think the zoning is important and protecting important ag lands. Ag was typically a bucket that they threw all when they didn't have any place to put it, they threw it into ag, conservation lands and all other types of lands. I think for the state to be serious, we gotta identify these key production areas and ideally suited for agricultural production with affordable water and those type of assets also involved. I think if we can look at protecting those lands through our zoning processes and keep them protected from development, I think that pressure to turn it over to development in time would be very key to that.
All right, my second question ties right into that. How do we stop ag land from becoming a loophole for non-farming use while still supporting real farmers?
Ooh, that's a big, you're talking genuine farmers.
Yes.
Yes. That's a tough one, and basically, we have to maybe establish some laws that says this is mostly on smaller parcels, right? Because genuine farmers, okay. So nationally, a farm is defined as $1,000 in annual revenue, even potential revenue, and you're eligible to be you can call yourself a farm. Now, in Hawaii County, they tried to change that to $2,000 in annual revenue to be eligible as a farm. Big issues. It was so bad that they pulled it, okay? And the reason is subsistence farmers, people that actually feed their neighborhood, feed their family, feed their generational livelihoods, they're not in the business of growing food for you and me. They're in the business of growing food just to be sustainable and live. So when that metric went from 1,000 to 2,000, they were gonna lose their ag tax status. So how do we prevent what you're talking about? I think in the United States, it's really tough. The other problem we have is not only for gentlemen farmers, but for well-intentioned rich people who want to buy the land to preserve it. So they preserve it, they have cattle on it, they have buffalo, but they're not really producing food, but they can claim that they are in ag because they have animals on their property. So it's a multifaceted, multi-pronged problem. And I don't know how the solution would be except you don't wanna legislate it, because when you legislate it, then you gotta enforce it, and it's a tough thing, so, I don't know. Does anybody have a, you know, our ARM guys, our ag resource management guys, I think if you do more ag parks, I think the maintenance of the ag park, our guys go out twice a year to make sure you're growing what you say you're gonna grow, that might be a solution. But if you allow these parcels to go to private entities on ag land, it's a private entity, but you're on ag land. It's unenforceable. It's really unenforceable because all they have to do is prove that they have the potential to generate $1,000 in revenue and they're ag.
So just showing the potential doesn't actually need to show the revenue.
Just show the potential.
Thank you for clarifying.
And EDC also has lands available for farmers.
Thank you,
Yeah.
that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep Lee, and then Rep Keho Kong.
No.
It's been Lee my entire life.
Thank you, Chair. Happy New Year. Glad your team is here. Quick question for pesticide branch. Thank you for being here, Esther. When we are going back to Representative Morikawa's question, when we are using pesticides, especially with drones, near or adjacent to residential areas, what is the typical communication process with communities prior to spraying, and or what is the department do in terms of resources and information available to them if they feel sick afterwards, or what does that process look like?
So as far as notification between the applicator, whomever is using the product, and wherever they're using it, that's up to the applicator unless the label has stipulations that they need to notify. And even then, most of those are for notifications for their employees and staff on their property, correct?
And applicators are,
The folks who are using the
no, I
pesticide,
understand that, but I mean, is it
Like
all
whether
Department of
it's-
Ag or are there third parties who apply?
So let's go back a little bit. So pesticides branch, even though we are situated in Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity, our jurisdiction covers anyone who uses pesticides. So not just Department of Ag, it could be a private entity, an individual, different organizations, the pest control operators.
And so maybe the questions are maybe for a different department, but the reason I bring it up is recently, where I live on Kalahari Hillside, and you just emailed me back in a really timely fashion, so thank you. People who were not dressed in Department of Ag attire in any way were knocking on doors saying, we're gonna spray pesticides. And I'm just interested in what the conversation should be like, because when they were asking what types of pesticides for how long and just general questions, they were not given any answers. And it was during a windy day, and I just wanna be clear that this is just what was reported to me, this was not my experience. And I wanna also say that my community is very grateful that we're trying to hit up LFA on the hillside. But this incident kind of brought up some questions about, what resources are given to the public to communicate what's about to happen? And should something happen, other than just calling you guys to see if it was done correctly or not, how does someone who is seriously feeling ill supposed to reach out and say it may have been because of this that they didn't know that pesticide was in the air? And maybe I'm young and naive, I just don't know where that information comes from or how we're supposed to know what we're supposed to do as residents.
Yeah, so on the latter half of the question, right, who do you contact if you suspect your issue is regarding pesticides? It would be our branch. The number is 808-973-9402. Right now we have inspectors on all the islands to respond. If the case is linked or confirmed to be because of pesticides, then our branch would be the regulatory agency that would take over. As far, going back to your previous question about communication, right? Unless it is enacted by law or if it's stated on the label itself on the product, then we cannot enforce that. We have no authority. So that's
Okay,
the good nature on whomever is applying the product.
I appreciate that. Thank you for educating me. So I guess my question is, maybe in your opinion, if I'm just a resident on the hillside and I'm not feeling well, I have no ability, if there's no prior communication about this type of issue, how am I supposed to guess that maybe it's pesticide? I may just go to my practitioner and say, hey, I don't feel good, and we're ruling out all these possibilities, and maybe eventually we find out it's a pesticide. I mean, in your opinion, what could the state or the departments be doing to communicate a little bit better, in these situations?
So right now, right, there is a dashboard on, treatments where our department is handling them. For those who do not publicly announce their treatments, right? It would be hard to say whether the symptom you are experiencing is from pesticides because pesticide symptoms are similar to, heat stroke, other things of that nature. Like I said, if there is even a hint or a possibility, our inspectors will go out, they'll inspect to help determine whether an incident has occurred.
I appreciate it. I think it brings a good question about how we're supposed to know as residents and, public safety and public health. But I appreciate your timely response and your honest opinion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Members additional, I forgot.
Thank you.
There we go, go for it.
Thank you, Chair. For the director, deputy director, I wanted to walk back to the comment my colleague asked about zoning and protection of agricultural lands. In that space, our ALISH maps and our soil maps really have driven zoning, right, for so many years. They haven't been updated. I'm just curious from a departmental long-range planning perspective, when would be an ideal time to introduce the modernization and updating of our ALISH maps and our soils maps, which then inform decision makers within the state land use boundary amendment process so that we can actually realize potential growth and development in areas that actually fit while still protecting prime agricultural lands.
I think now is a really good time because GIS is coming out. We're using GIS to map where existing crops are being grown also, so I think that's another important factor, not only like the soil type or being excellent. It's like when I went out to Hawaii Kai, Kamilunui Valley, people are farming there. I wouldn't say that that's exactly like excellent agricultural lands, but the fact that it's in agriculture production is something place we don't wanna lose. I think those are other factors we should be taking into, but I think with GIS now, we're able to map where crops are. And I think if they could be a more integrated mapping system, I think we'd get a better result. And we can, as you say, help the planning process.
Yeah, and it's informed decision makers, cause Hawaii Island, we know, right, 90% of our island is within that agricultural zoning, layered on with our ALISH maps for prime or unique, and then our soils type. And you gave me the answer, now is the time. Thank you for that,
Thank you.
that was my question. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Anyone else with questions for the department?
Maybe just some parting comments. I actually have a bill this year for the counties to have the option to roll smaller unproductive, at their option to roll smaller unproductive ag lands into the rural district, which will kind of untap that housing component and kind of separate out what's been maybe subdivided more as a residential area but still as ag land. We have lots of those on Hawaii Island. And I imagine Kauai is probably another prime candidate for that. And to your point, there's been a lot of successes just in the last year being involved. I think I use Costco as a litmus test. Like if you make it to Costco, you have that volume, and we're, even here at Evile, I saw the other day they have the box lettuce from Hawaii Island, and so that's a great step forward. And plays a little bit into that vertical farming, that enclosed farming where you isolate basically out and do high intensity farming. So good job. There is some gains out there, despite all the Debbie Downer comments about pests. So thank you.
Okay, we are going to recess to allow for the transition, and then we'll be opening back up with the Department of Taxation. Recess. Aloha, we are reconvening the Committee on Finance for the purposes of a budget briefing from the State Department of Taxation here on January 13th, 2026. Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, my name is Gary Sugunuma. I'm the Director of the Department of Taxation. Good morning, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi, and committee members. Thank you for allowing us an opportunity to present our supplemental budget request for the current fiscal biennium. And would you like me to introduce my team?
Yeah, go ahead.
Next to me is Deputy Director Kristen Sakamoto. Behind me, Special Assistant Gary Yamashiroya, Administrative Services Officer Min Ming, IT Services Office Chief Corey Higa, Taxation Services Administrator Nikki Thompson, Acting Taxation Compliance Administrator Madalena Lai, Tax Compliance Coordinator Susan Adamson, Tax Collector Donghyun Wen, and Tax Research and Planning Officer Barbars Krakow Valley.
Alright, go for it.
The only really budget request we have, which is just a shifting of money from for the Tax Review Commission from fiscal 26 to fiscal 27. And that's, if you look at table 4, it's department priority number 4. So we're not asking for any new money, it's just that the Tax Review Commission was only recently appointed. And so they didn't spend the money, they're not gonna spend the money in the current fiscal year. They're gonna spend it next year, and so we're just asking for the money to be shifted. Everything else we're asking for on table 4 is revenue neutral, it's just shifting money or positions within our own department.
Okay. You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Rep Yamashita, you wanna start us off? Yeah.
Okay, so since you brought up the Tax Review Commission, so the money moved over, but there was also a resolution that directed them on what to look at. Because resolutions are traditionally 1 year, do we have to redo it, or would that be guidance enough?
My understanding is that the commission will be following, they're being notified about the resolution. I'm not sure technically, do you know?
So they will be commencing their first meeting this week, January 15th, and I believe it is on the agenda that the resolutions will be presented to them at that time.
Okay, thank you. Next question, and I asked this question earlier that I had to BNF is that if the 5-year sunset bill last year about the economic credits passed, it would have essentially impacted 6 year in the financial plan and might have changed the whole situation that we're in today. And again, just to reiterate, the intention of that 5-year sunset was not necessarily to repeal, but it was to give the legislature the opportunity, 5 years, to review it and decide if we're gonna extend, repeal, or modify, right? And but again, that I thought that was at that point in time the responsible thing that we do to have that periodic review to look at monies that basically should be evaluated as far as the impact of how well that credit is working for the state and things like that. But anyway, in general, CD1, when you gave us like impact of those bills, we never got an impact of CD1. Is it possible to send that to us?
Yes, so I think at the time, the revenue impact for that would have been no material revenue impact because we were in the 5-year period before it would have sunset. But now that we're a year out, I think, yeah, we can take a look and provide that revenue impact to you.
Thank you. Okay, to expedite time for the committee chair, I sent the questions to DOTAX and there were several. So in general, I think the idea is that right, we're gonna be looking at potentially, right, the governor, what we understand is the governor is gonna delay the the tax plan that we put forth earlier. And it is my belief that we should be looking at every single thing before we start adjusting a promised tax relief. And so, right, part of it is looking at all the department's requests, what we actually need and versus what is nice to have, and go through that exercise. But the other is your area, which is taxes that are owed to the state, right? So aging is in my understanding is that at some one point in time it's like $1.2 billion in back taxes that is owed. It probably closing in on 1.4 now. And that's why that series of questions as far as that I sent to you was to address that concern. So without asking every single question that I sent, can you just maybe go through it and let the committee know what's going on?
So I guess the current era balance as of the end of fiscal 25 is 1.58 billion. That includes amounts that have already been determined that ought to be written off because they're uncollectible, but they have not been they had not been written off by the end of the fiscal year, so they still appear in the figure. It also includes double counting of tax liability for example, those with joint tax liability, spouses, business partners. It also includes personal liability assessments for business owners, officers, where when we determined that they were responsible for filing tax returns and paying taxes on behalf of the entities that they were with, but purposely or knowingly failed to do. So the number is somewhat, it is a little bit inflated. I think the other thing we need to consider is the fact that January 1, 2027, there are gonna be a number, there are gonna be we're still trying to figure out the magnitude, but that's from Act 68 from last year. It was House Bill 1173. So that's the one that requires us to issue lien releases for anything that hit the statute of limitations, which is 15 years. So if it's been on the books and the statute of limitations of 15 years has already will run or has run as of January 1, 2027, then those will be we'll be taking steps to write those off as well. So that, I guess that's the big picture. Now, what's happening specifically with collections, I think that you're interested in. So we had when we entered the department at the end of 2022, we did have a tax collector. That collector left at the end of 2023. So from roughly the end of November 2023 until March of this year. So 15 or so months, the position was vacant. We were unable to find a permanent body for that position. Fortunately, we did find Wen back here. She is our new collector, but she just started back in March of this year. Just a little bit about Wen. I mean, I feel that we're really fortunate to have found someone like her willing to come in and do this job for us. She, I think, Riyab Ramashid, I think you had some questions about her qualifications, so just briefly, and she has a finance and accounting degree from UH. She's also a CPA, and she has she came with more than 20 years of tax accounting, compliance, audit, strategic planning experience in both working in regulated industry and also in public accounting. So she started her career at Deloitte Tax as a tax, and then she was a tax manager there when she left. Joined Hawaiian Airlines, their corporate audit department, and she worked there for a time. And then we hired her. We were able to get her when she was working at Hawaiian Electric Industries, so HEI, and she was a manager of corporate taxes. So I think what's special about her is she came with a lot of management experience, which is what we really needed for that particular section. In addition to that, she has a tax background, which is really hard to find. And so she might not have to use it for the ordinary tax collection case because liability is already established and we're not fighting about, whether or not they owe the taxes or not. But she is a very important member of our team because oftentimes when we meet and tax issues come up, she's a great resource. She has a lot of knowledge. So she just started in March because, and then unfortunately too, within a very short time, I think within the last year, we lost 4 tax collection manager. 2 of them left. 2 of them retired, and 2 have moved into different areas of the tax department. So that's been a challenge for her. So she has a total of, I see, 41 positions. But out of that, she has only 27 filled, like 14 vacancies. So right now, she basically has, of the 27, 24 are actual tax collection personnel with 3 staff. Each of them handle between 2,000 to 2,500 cases each, collection cases. And then last year, last fiscal year, they brought in $284 million. So just to put everything into perspective, so in fiscal year 25, the department collected a total of $10.8 billion. Of that amount, roughly, about 96% of that, by my calculation, came in through voluntary compliance. So that means everyone doing what they're expected to do, which is report and pay their taxes. About 400 million of this, or the other 4% or 5%, came in through our enforcement and collection efforts. So it's what collections brought in, plus our compliance section, which does audit and assessments. They also have criminal investigators and also the special enforcement section. So whatever they brought in and whatever the Attorney General's office brought in for us amounted to about 400 million. So kind of a small percentage of the total haul that we get. Right now, I guess the priority for collections is to get more bodies. With 14 vacancies, everyone's we're running pretty lean in there. It's just really challenging. These are all civil service positions and collector positions. I think like every other state position, I think pay is a big challenge in getting these filled. But we're trying to do whatever we can right now through attending job fairs and just trying to think of different ways to bring people. But it's challenging. So I think one question you had, Rabbi Yamashita, was what you folks can do to help us with that. I understand that it's not within your folks' authority to because these are civil service positions to be able to raise the pay and all that stuff. And so for collections, what we did was last year we finally were able to launch. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out how to be more efficient and how to touch more cases, right? We have so many collection cases and not enough personnel. So we do have an outside collection attorney law firm that helps us with out-of-state collections right now. So we just started making referrals to them last January 2025 is when we started. And so it took us a while to be able to build to our system the way that we're gonna refer cases, the exchange of information, how we get the information over to this law firm on the mainland that's helping us, and how they communicate information back to us. If you guys wanna know more, then we have my IT chief back there that can explain what we had to go through. But I think it's an additional way for us to collect taxes that we may not have been pursuing as much, just because we have to rely on the Attorney General's office to do it. And a lot of these cases, the amount in controversy is not enough probably to make it worthwhile for the Attorney General, who might have to go in and enlist special deputies on the mainland and hire them and pay them to recover money for us. So if the amount is not that much, then it's, oftentimes they won't pursue it. So this way, we pay a contingency fee. It's about 18.9% of whatever they collect. But I think a lot of these amounts are maybe amounts that we wouldn't have collected but for this firm. So we're excited about that. So I think as of now, we made about 1,600 referrals. So these are all taxpayers that have a mainland address. So they're not in the state. And therefore, when we send them letters, they don't respond. There's not much we can do about it. I mean, we don't have the time and resources to try and chase them on the mainland. And even if we did find them, we don't have authority to levy them or do anything with their assets there, right? So, this law firm, I think, opens up a lot of opportunities for us. So we're continuing to make referrals to them, and then hopefully we can get more. Right now, you guys remember what the amount was right now? Okay, so we've collected about 1.5 million from those referrals to the outside collection attorneys from taxpayers residing on the mainland. So we're hoping with more referrals that amount will increase. It's still a learning curve. I mean, every day I think, or every week, they have questions for us, how to do things and whatnot. So we're still trying to work through that, but it looks promising. Anything else?
Just to add on to that, because our long-term goal is to fill these vacancies, but in the short time, we are trying to improve efficiencies with the personnel we have available. So OCA, the outside collection agency, is one. We also continue to work directly with our deputy attorney generals for in-state collections and try to figure out ways to best utilize them as a resource for more complicated cases. And really just also trying to figure out how to leverage technology and automate more processes. So these are things that we're looking at because filling all of these vacancies is going to take some time, and we are working with our HR office and DHERD. But in the meantime, really just focusing on how we can maximize the personnel that we do have available. And it is going to take time, but we do see improvements in the initiatives that we have been implementing over the last year.
Just following up on what Deputy Director said, so we are working right now with the Attorney General's office. I went to a workshop on the mainland last year, and there was a vendor there, and what I learned was there is a service out there, a subscription service that would allow us to be notified of probate cases that are open across the nation, so not just in Hawaii. So as these taxpayer debtors pass away, if they open a probate on the mainland, we don't know about them, we can't make a claim for the unpaid taxes. And so we're working with the Attorney General's office right now to figure out if this is something worthwhile pursuing. Currently, right now, they do pursue collections in probates open here locally, because they get notice of that. But the window to make a claim in a probate case can be really short. I think in some cases as short as 30 days. And so, as you can imagine, just the number of taxpayers that reside out of state that owe us money, there are probably a lot of these taxpayer debtors that are passing away on the mainland too, and probates are being opened up every day that we don't know about, and we're not unable to file our claim. And so that's something that we're pursuing too. And the AG, the Attorney General's office is gonna help us with that.
With the IRS to try and figure out, you both have people that you're after.
Yeah, we do have information exchanges with them.
How does that work?
So we have a couple of data sharing arrangements with them. They share information with us, we share information with them on the state and federal level. And then occasionally, our criminal investigators also work with the IRS for criminal cases. But yes, there is a two-way sharing of information there.
Making headway as far as improving that relationship? I'm just wondering how much urgency there is to into collections.
I don't see any problems we have right now with the information we're getting with the IRS. There haven't been any disruptions or anything like that with information.
So do you prioritize as far, you talked about at some point it's some is like maybe difficult or not worth the effort in going after certain people that owe us money. So do you prioritize by the ones that owe us a lot?
I think there's some effort. So for the
How do you prioritize that?
For the out-of-state collections?
No, the in-state.
The in-state?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe when who's our tax collector can explain, but there are she can go over the different strategies that they use.
Asking about what new collection we prioritize first.
So obviously there's people that owe us very little, and then there's people that owe us millions. So I would assume if that you would go after the ones that owe us a lot, and then you gotta weigh in, right, the effort to go after them and all those kind of things. But is there a strategy?
So money is one thing, we do look at the high dollar amount. We do send notice, there's notice that we send out every 2 months. But we also trying to call, we also wanna prioritize those that actually responds to us. So taxpayer, doesn't matter what the delinquency amount is, but it responds to us, they wanna work with us, they wanna be on a payment plan. We wanna focus on that because that's immediate money. And at the same time, we wanted to also improve our process to say, we receive a lot of like miscellaneous mails, tasks, we wanna focus on that. Something that we can start bringing in money, we wanna prioritize those first. Of course, dollar amount, is various, we have a lot of million up, but we compare to $1 million down, I think the volume of that is more composed of $1 million of delinquency. So we want to prioritize taxpayer that be more responsive, wanted to work with us on payment plan, sending us emails or call us to ask why I owe. So a lot of them don't realize that they owe, that they don't understand why they owe.
Okay, those are like traditional ways that you go after. Are there ways that you coming in to the department, innovative ways that you are seeking out these people that owe us money, and maybe even training programs that would improve our effectiveness?
Yeah, so when I came in, trying to understand, myself trying to understand what is our collection internal process is like, what instructions we have. So when employees start, the supervisor sits down with them, and we do provide one-on-one trainings, to go over our policy and procedure, internal. Of course, we meet every week with the supervisor to take a look at, is there something we need to be update? Can we make it more efficient? It's always process improvement, how we can understand our current system, how can we rely on that more? Is there a way to be more more automation versus manual? And Like I said, every case is a little bit different, but supervisors are always there to provide training, on-hands training, complicated case, there's always feedback to say how you're doing, or anything complicated can just go up to the supervisor for review, or it can come up to me and we review that case, but we can use it as a benchmark, as an example to say, oh, maybe our current internal policy is not working, maybe we can improve it better, or maybe we need to strategize a different way.
So I would assume that when we use out-of-state people that there's some kind of fee that they pay and it probably is I guess more expensive than our in-house people. So are you coming up, and you talked about pay, but and that's sometimes a collective bargaining, all of them are, no matter what we do, it's a collective bargaining issue, but are you coming up with like creative ways to like create incentives for them to collect?
Fortunately, incentive is not, I believe that in our BOYs, we can't provide any bonus or incentive or any monetary.
So that is limited by who? That you cannot do that? Well, who limits you from doing that?
Our understanding is these are civil service positions, and I'm not aware under that
I'm just
regime.
wondering what the obstacle may be and if there's ways that we can maybe look at.
It's pretty strict. I mean, we don't have a lot of flexibility with that, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever looked or consulted with other states if they have something like that?
Not other states, no.
Nobody has.
I haven't. I mean, I have reached out to DHERD and our own HR department just to figure out, but
I'm not saying that is the solution, I'm just saying that, right, have we looked into other options? Okay.
I would be all for it if that could be bargained into the next contract.
Okay, we'll follow up with some other things that I had. I actually had a number of questions that I had for you, but I think we kind of I put them into general questions and then just sent it to you, but I'll follow up on some of them later. We can go into more detail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Rep Caruso and then Rep Kush.
So I am also interested in collections because, you're not like other departments, you're a revenue generating department. And from my perspective, that's a really powerful position to be in at this moment in time. And I was looking at your table 5 and in all of your divisions, you have restrictions between 10 and 13% and I think that's largely attributable to the vacancies, the fact that you can absorb those restrictions. And I appreciate the lengthy conversation about your efforts to do that. And I'm wondering if this body was to provide additional funding, would you want it just directed to that particular division of collections, or because I think that removing those restrictions might be important for your capacity to fill those vacancies.
Kristen, you wanna go? I don't know that that's gonna make a difference, cause it's still not gonna allow us to pay any more than what our
Right,
civil service allows.
I hear you saying that. So you're saying that even if those restrictions were not imposed because of the salary differential between public and private sector, you still would not be able to fill those positions.
My understanding is we have more than enough funding just because of the number of vacancies that we have, so it's not, I guess that's not the issue.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think the funding is an issue. It's more of an obstacle of getting qualified people willing to accept those SR levels of pay.
But ultimately, actually, the funding is the issue because the legislature does fund those positions. They might be bargained, but at the table when you're, bargaining a CBA, the state is party to the bargain, and the legislature does then fund those agreements. So we are responsible for funding the CBAs, and I think that it's so
were caught. Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah,
Jared.
maybe to tag along that before we move to Rick Kush. Excuse my ignorance on this. To your knowledge, does the Attorney General have like a specialized branch where you're referring these cases to? And maybe is that an opportunity, since those are higher paying positions, to beef up their capacity and you guys are more on the referral end?
So I had this discussion, so it is a civil recoveries division of the Attorney General's office. They do collections for all the different agencies and departments. So we do have an MOU with them, so we are paying them for, I think, one deputy AG and one paralegal right now.
So through DOTAX?
Through DOTAX's
I see.
budget.
Okay.
We fund a couple positions there, and they do help us with difficult collection cases. And so yesterday, in fact, I was talking with the Deputy Attorney General, that the supervisor who handles who helps us.
Mhm.
So I was asking him, I mean, how much excess capacity are we sending them? Too many referrals, not enough? So it sounds like there's still room. And so what we're doing now, working internally, is trying to figure out maybe lowering the threshold of our attempts before we figure out it's difficult and send it over, and just start sending more cases over to them.
Yeah, I figure that's an idea, especially if we're looking at folks who have the resources to defend themselves in court, right? Which is an additional layer of barriers, and it's one of the reasons at the federal level you haven't seen a lot of these high profile tax actions, is because it's much easier to go after someone who doesn't have those resources. But I mean, it makes sense to me, and it may be an opportunity to, kind of get around some of our restrictions around the CBA. It's like, hey, just lower that threshold, send more their way. And we have them later this afternoon, and we can kind of pose the same question to them, like, are there additional resources that would expand our capacity? Because in terms of, if you're looking at 1.5 billion, but then I know that includes some things you waived off, but it would seem like that's a pretty cost-effective use of resources if you're talking about a few 100,000 or something like that, right? Okay. Yeah. Rep Kush?
Thank you for coming today and good questions, Rep Yamashita. One of the things that was prompted on that conversation was, in the private sector, or even when you sign up for Netflix and you scroll through, I agree, all your biometrics and electronic hunting of you for your $13.95 forever goes into play, right? Like they've done a really good job as a landlord. I make sure that at the front end, I lock in any possible issues that arise years from now. And as in DOTAX, have you guys looked at strategically, through laws most likely, or through administrative rules, to really strengthen your position at the front end as the state's primary revenue generator, to lock people in so that there isn't unnecessary steps and laterals for people to take, or skirt the law, or make it difficult for you, where it's more of a default to you've got to pay, and then there's lots of electronic collection hunters that are very low cost, who will just hound you forever wherever you are electronically without anybody. Has there been any strategic planning on the front end like that at all, or is there something that you see the legislature playing a role in that?
I mean, it's not something that we discuss. I think there are sufficient requirements for taxpayers to disclose, that we know who they are, and we know how to contact them. There's an obligation for taxpayers to keep us informed if they move, and all those things. I'm not aware of any sort of anything we can really do to force them and make sure they do it, other than making taxpayers aware that there are consequences to not following the law. So we have a criminal investigation section too that we can refer, that makes referrals over to the Attorney General's office. And I think last fiscal year they had a really good year. I wanna say 12 referrals over to the AG. So from time to time you'll see the press releases regarding criminal tax cases. And so we've been actively doing that. We, you know, it's that's super important, right, to keeping everyone compliant.
Okay, so
But to answer your question, no, nothing
nothing on the front end has come to mind. And would that be more of a AG question to see like where you could strengthen that at the front end? Because like I said, that's, you know, in the private sector, that's where it's usually locked in. And if there's never a problem, it's great. But if there is, you have all the language, the defaults towards your position of strength versus the taxpayer.
So I think, I mean, I would agree, one obstacle sometimes is that, you know, these taxpayers are hiding from us, we can't find them. I'm not sure what we could do to, other than, like I said, you know, we can impose, I mean, there are other means, right? I mean, interest accrues on unpaid amounts, we can impose penalties and things like that. So there are other incentives built in for them to be compliant or become compliant as quickly as possible. But shucks, I don't, unless somebody else can think of maybe something that we can do.
I mean, I think it's an interesting point that, yeah, maybe we can discuss back at the department, figure out how we can maybe use that area to benefit us.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I was wondering if you could speak to something quickly. You know, I think it's the administration's indicated that they're gonna propose a change to the income tax, kind of suspending further implementation for the bracket changes, but also, at least I'm under the impression, for the standard deduction changes. And that they'd be proposing you know, some form of targeted credits for low to middle income families in exchange. But maybe if you could speak to the efficacy of those credits versus the standard deduction changes, because you know, I'm under the impression that standard deduction changes, which are already in the bill, are with, you know, they're reflected in your withholding. So for folks struggling on a month-to-month basis, it may be kind of more beneficial than a, you know, one-time refund. But I don't know, maybe you can speak in general terms about that.
Yes, I think we'll leave the administrative plan up for governor to discuss the details of that, but in general terms, their credits and deductions are just different ways of delivering tax benefits to the population, right? The standard deduction, for the most part, if you're not itemizing deductions, is a way to address tax liability for the general population who don't have those types of business expenses or other types of expenses that can be itemized. So you're serving that type of population. Credits are a little bit more targeted at the audience that you want to address. So depending on whether we're talking about like the EITC, which serves lower income and moderate income families, or the child and dependent care credit, for example, working families, families with caregiving responsibilities. So I think in general terms, they're just, it depends on the effect you want and who you want to benefit, how targeted you want to, what kind of targeted approach you want to take.
Sure. Okay.
There's also a timing, the benefit to the credit is you wait until after the tax year you file and you get the benefit, right? As opposed to getting the benefit along the way. You know, we do those wage withholding tables, the updated ones, and so less are withheld. So I think that is that a factor too, right?
For certain credits, right? Because certain credits, if you can plan in advance to change your withholdings, but certainly other ones you can.
Yeah, maybe not for that, but then for well, maybe I understood the question wrong. I was trying to compare the change in the standard deduction and the brackets
Right,
versus
I think we're on the same page, because I think the thing is, you know, relying on an individual taxpayer to assess whether to change their withholding based on a credit initiated by the legislature, like no one's gonna do that, you know, just realistically, right? So the benefit to the standard deduction, because it's automated, they receive that benefit, it's visible every 2 weeks, it helps them make rent, instead of, you know, that benefit not really compiling over time and just being a one-time assessment where it may or may not be helpful. But just a kind of interesting policy question. I have one quick one, and then I'll turn it over to members for additional questions. And you know, you have the benefit or the detriment of having to address questions from every branch of government, and what may or may not, you know, be your specific area of expertise. But a lot of the, you know, resort industry has been compiling information, and they're under the impression that we are currently dramatically under collecting TAT from vacation rentals. That's not the data that I see when I look through DBED's reporting and that sort of thing. Do you have any sort of kind of guesstimate of where they may be, not paying their fair share, or do you think we're approaching an area where we think we're collecting, at least on the state's end?
I mean, it would be purely a guess, and so we're not comfortable doing that. What we're doing though is, we've heard those concerns, especially last year, but even before then. So what we've decided to do is, we are focusing on short-term rentals again. So we are deploying extra people to look at them. We have contracted with a couple different vendors that can help us, but that is our focus now because no one really knows what is out there to be collected. So until we try, we're not gonna find out. So that's what we're doing. I think in the next, we already started, but probably focus on this for the next year or so at least.
Right, because I do think it would be helpful from the department. I think some of it's just how you're doing the math and what conclusion you're arriving at.
Yeah.
When I look at DBED's reporting and HTA specifically around the average room rate for a vacation rental and occupancy rates across counties, to me it looks like we're collecting probably somewhere between 90 and 95% of what's owed. But the industry in their math is saying it's more like 60%. So any way you can be helpful, either in collecting those additional taxes or at least issuing some sort of memo or piece of information that maybe provides a little bit of clarity in your assessment of what we're collecting and what's still on the table. That would be helpful. And I know that information can be difficult to come by.
Yeah, we're already working on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Members, additional questions for the department?
I'll follow up.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the this issue that the chair just brought up been brought up in the past, and at one point I remember the discussion was even the illegal ones were paying their taxes because they would just they can stay in business and at least they cannot come after them because of tax evasion or whatever, right? So when you're looking into it, I think that's something to consider that because that discussion did happen before in the past. So I don't know if that's why there's a discrepancy of 95 and 60 that the chair brought up. But also, I have another question as far as when we looked at the standard deduction, it was information from you that came that EITC, the child independent credit, the food credit, and the renter's credit. When we asked you what was the who was taking the credit, you told us that you cannot tell us who, but you could give it to us by area. And so that information, I think that was from Seth at that time, but that information was that if you lived in certain areas, and I'll just use the West Oahu as the example, that hardly anybody, the ones that we're trying to help, hardly anybody was taking those credits. But if you lived in Kahala, Wailai, everybody that could was taking it. So my conclusion was that we're helping the wrong people, and that's why we went with the standard deduction. Is that your still true?
I would have to take a look at the information that we gave to you previously and then check to see like if any of that's changed or whatnot. Yeah. So let us take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question that I have is so earlier you said that there were 4 people that left collections and either to work someplace else or left. Is there any reason why? Because in the past when we went through the Lehman Brothers downturn in 9, 10, 11, right? The discussion with DOTAX at that time was to shift positions from the ones you pay out money and the ones you collect, right? And because we needed to collect money, so and it seems like we're going in the other direction. Is there any reason why they chose to leave?
2 retired.
Okay.
So the other two, both of them moved into our compliance section. I don't know specifically, I mean, I'm guessing both of them moved because
I know it's a personnel issue, but you know, you
I
must
don't
have had
know
like an
the exact reason, but the pay was better, I think in
Yeah.
both cases. So just to give you an idea. So under Wen, who is a tax collector, there is a program specialist for positions. So that program specialist oversees the tax collection managers, the senior tax collectors basically. The senior tax collectors are supervisors, delinquent tax collection assistants 3 level, SR 20, 63,960 versus the program specialist who basically manages all the supervisors makes $64,428. So what is that? $1,500 more for that much more responsibility? But that, so we don't agree with the way the pay is scaled too. We just, there's no incentive to step up and do that job. Just, I mean, at least not for money.
Are you working on things like to re-describe positions to be able to pay more?
We are redescribing positions to meet our needs for sure.
But strategically, I mean, that could be one option. So are you, or you plan to?
For collector is kind of hard though, right? I mean, we still need to do the collection work, so.
So we do look at things like whether there's ability to upgrade the position a level to provide more pay, but then a lot of times what happens with that is the minimum qualifications also have to increase, and then we don't have anyone eligible within the department who qualifies for that heightened education requirement or work level experience. So we are constantly looking at options, but it is difficult.
But even redescribing could take into, you know, you could reconsider minimum qualifications, things like that also, wouldn't you?
I think we're still somewhat constrained by the classification for that level, but yeah, definitely where there is opportunity, we are looking at. And DHER did take on an initiative to ask us to look at MQs across the board. So I believe we are doing that on a.
You know, one of the things that you know, I don't know if I forget if I brought it up here, but is one of the things that happened in our past is we in '96 we changed our benefit package where we went from you know, you could work for the state for 10 years and you and your spouse could get medical, and then 2012 we changed it again. You know, prior to '96, the difficulty to hire and DHER was created to be the filter, because prior to '96 everybody wanted to work for the state. Because it was, well, I can work for the feds for 50 until I'm 50, and then I've worked for the state for the last 10 years and I'll get additional benefits, right? So they used to come and work for the state. Today that's not true, because when we reduced benefits, we didn't increase pay, and we didn't offset with that, right? So I think in general, I know that and I bring this up because I'm bringing this up as much as I can, because I think that's part of the solution. Is we should have you know, with our workforce aid population leaving the state, we have to come up with a better strategy to retain our workers and pay them more, and have some kind of plan as far as a smaller workforce, right? So because that's the reality, is that, right, baby boomers are retiring, people are leaving, and the other point I bring up all the time is that you know, if the feds start hiring again, you know, we'll lose people. Tourism comes back, we'll lose people. So we gotta come up with another plan. And, I don't know if you're working on one, but I suggest you do. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Additional questions? Rep. Kush?
Maybe it's for your IT person, or maybe you guys can answer it, but the financial field is probably seeing, probably the front end disruption by artificial intelligence softwares and the inexpensive costs of a lot of those programs. Are you guys leveraging any of that? Like we were talking about the Airbnb thing, like there's AirDNA that utilizes a lot of tools where you can really drill down and find out, like answer those questions, but requires subscriptions and a lot of the menial processes, I imagine, could probably be delegated to software that now is really increased because of the nature of financial sector work is math. And so has any steps been taken towards that, or can you maybe detail that more?
Yeah, we are starting to look at AI and just trying to figure out how it could make some of our processes and tasks more efficient. So Corey? Sorry.
Come on down.
Right into the youngest guy.
Sure, Corey Higa, IT chief. So this past year we've been doing a lot of proof of concepts to seeing the cost and complexities of using AI within the department. And we're taking data sensitivity really serious. We have a lot of sensitive data that we have to be cautious how we're managing it. So we've been using small sets of data where we know what's going in, what's coming out, and seeing where it can be beneficial. So a lot of our initial efforts have been kind of going away from not using tax data due to sensitivity purposes. So we've acquired a AI training video to help us, use prompts to develop training. So we've put one of those up on our website. So you don't need to know how to make videos, how to do animations. It does it for us. We've done some Microsoft Copilot uses, so taking meeting minutes, summarizing transcripts, things like that. We've done some sampling of trying to find non-compliance through public data, running Airbnb data, trying to see where the outliers are, right? Those have been a little more difficult to match with our public data with our tax data. So we're slowly, kind of seeing where that makes sense. And then we do, for the Airbnb side, we do have a data contract where we're working with a vendor to help do screen scraping, provide some of that saving off public data, and identifying where we believe there is underpayment or non-payment. So we are slowly going into it, using kind of custom off-the-shelf products, not doing a lot of heavy investment yet. And then we're kind of seeing where that will make sense for future investments.
Okay, and then a follow-up on that, you kind of mentioned it, the video training. Is that for the consumer side, like how to do your GET or TAT or personal income?
For taxpayer education to encourage voluntary compliance.
Okay, great. Last question, Chair. So when you guys transferred to an electronic e-tax, that was like really literally the best thing since sliced bread, making that so much faster. Do you guys still see a substantial volume of paper submissions and manual submissions, or is it?
We're about 10% paper.
Okay, so about 90% is electronic.
About 90% electronic, even higher on the business side. We do have electronic filing mandates for larger taxpayers. So we do see a pretty high volume of electronic payments, and it's kind of steadied out. So we believe we kind of hit most of the people that will file electronic.
Mm-hmm. So like on a numerical wise, how many paper transactions do you do a month? Or like taxpayers, any ballparks?
Just to give you an idea, from fiscal year 2024 till fiscal 2025, there was a 2 percentage point increase in e-filing over paper. So we went from 89% electronic filing to 91%. That 2% difference amounted to about 6,000 less paper filings per month.
Okay, so 48,000 paper filings a month, is that what you're saying?
Vicky, you wanna come up?
Just quickly, 284,000 paper filings were done in the last year.
Okay, annually.
Yeah, and so that, what's that, if we're keep decreasing, but pretty much where we're gonna be.
And that's out of how many filings?
It's like 3.3 million, somewhere in there.
3.3?
Over 3 million.
There
Okay.
was a little under 2.9 million electronic for the year.
Okay, thank you.
Anything additional? Or my call?
Just a clarification, I don't know if I missed it, but I was looking through the delinquent tax list, approximately 211 uncollected. How much is that total? Do you know?
I'm sorry,
The amount of uncollected taxes. Delinquent taxes.
yeah, so I think I mentioned earlier the actual accounts receivable balance at the end of last fiscal year is 1.58 billion.
Billion.
But again, that also includes some amounts that we've already determined can be written off or should be written off because they're not collectible. Plus it does include double counting of some tax liability where there's joint tax liability.
Okay, yeah, I was looking through and there's millions for taxpayers, some taxpayers. Thank you.
Great. Anything to wrap up? Temple, go ahead.
I have a question, I guess with non-compliance risks, which industries are mostly higher in non-compliance, or what tax types are in that matter? That category.
In terms of the industries, we don't require, I guess, taxpayers to provide us that information, so we don't know. We don't have data to determine industry-wise compliance or non-compliance.
Is there a particular demographic, or you guys have that kind of information?
So I guess the difficulty with non-compliance is like if we knew who they were, we would go after them. The problem is we kind of are in this unknown bubble, right? We don't know who the people are that are not complying with the taxes, and that's why it's really hard to also narrow down. We also get that tax gap question, right? How much we're not collecting. So yeah, if we knew, we would certainly be doing, and discussing it, but we just don't know that gap of who is not complying. I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit across industry, but as far as like one specific industry that we can point out, we're just not sure. We don't have the information.
Is there a way that we can find out that type of information?
Yeah, I'm not sure really if there is, because I mean, it's almost impossible, right, to get to the 100% compliance level because you just don't know who
Who's
these
not
people
compliant.
are, and yeah.
I mean, they're hiding from us, right? I mean, so that's what they do. We just don't know. So you don't know what you don't know.
How about like I guess a log of the past people that we caught? Do we have like data on that so we can look to like maybe that would give us a tip? Is that something we look into?
We can check to see if we have any data trends or information. Yeah.
That's it. Just thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, if not, we are going to adjourn and reconvene at 1 p.m. with the Department of Defense, Department of the Attorney General, Department of Education, Charter Schools branch. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you members for sticking around. Okay, adjourn. Aloha, we're reconvening the House Committee on Finance for the purpose of a budget briefing. It's 1 o'clock on January 13th, 2026. We're here in room 308. And we're gonna be opening up with the Department of Defense. Whenever you folks are ready, go for it.
Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanuchi, Chair Bellotti, and committee members. I'm Major General Steve Logan, the Adjutant General of the State of Hawaii Department of Defense. Aloha. Good afternoon and Happy New Year. The following informational briefing provides the Department's supplemental budget request for state fiscal years 26-27. Please allow me a moment to introduce the Hawaii DoD team. With me to my left is Deputy Adjutant General and Commander of the Hawaii Air National Guard, Brigadier General Philip Mallory, call sign Buddha. Chief of Staff of the Hawaii Army National Guard is Colonel Ronald Hogston. Director of Staff of the Hawaii Air National Guard is Colonel Kelly P. Church. Director of the Hawaii National Guard Joint Staff, we have Brigadier General Walter Ross. Administrator of the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency is Colonel Retired James Barros. The Administrator of the community programs that oversee the Youth Challenge and Job Challenge Academies is Brigadier General Retired Bruce Oliveira. Director of the Office of Veteran Services is Lieutenant Colonel John Olamoden. The Military Support Officer is Brigadier General Neil Mitsuyoshi, and your staffs are probably most familiar working with him because he does all of our liaison for the department. And then specifically to this committee, my Administrative Service Officer is Colonel Retired Rusty Spray. And we have a new Human Resources Officer this year, Stephen Sung, and our Chief Engineering Officer, Major Xiao Lee. The primary mission of the State of Hawaii Department of Defense is to enable a safe, secure, and thriving state and nation. My vision is to be trusted, to be ready, and to be responsive. We're a very small department with a relatively small state budget. It is important to highlight that although small, the State of Hawaii Department of Defense has a significant mission, and that matching state funds, approximately 34% of our budget for this year, is state, provides access to significant federal funding that equate to approximately 66% of our budget. My main effort for state fiscal year 27 is to execute Exercise Vigilant Guard 2027 to enhance our ability to defend Hawaii against natural and non-natural emergencies and disasters. Current events around the world highlight the need to prepare now for crisis or conflict, and recent events surrounding the South China Sea, North Korea, Taiwan, and most recently Venezuela, Syria, and even the unrest in Iran further amplify this need. The department requests a lean budget of approximately $38.4 million in state funding for this fiscal year. These funds would bring in approximately $75.1 million in matching federal funds. This funding would also enable the department to manage 373 open projects against an approximate $3.1 billion in federal grants. The major adjustments contained in the budget request focus on sustainment. These adjustments include $284,000 in other federal funds to add 4 fully federally funded positions. The Department of Defense is not requesting any additional general funds or personnel or operational costs. These 4 positions would be for maintenance personnel on the islands of Maui and Kauai, 1 engineer, and 1 conservation manager to ensure that our department is fully compliant with federal and state environmental standards. More information can be found on Form B, which was submitted, specifically page 3. The governor's budget also approved 5 FY27 CIP project requests totaling $51,250,000. This includes $27,400,000 in general obligation bond funds to match $23,850,000 in other federal funds. Included within the $27,400,000 in general obligation bond funds is a Department of Budget and Finance adjustment of $1.5 million for the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency for the statewide retrofit of public buildings with hurricane protective measures. Additional project details are provided in either Table 11 for this committee or Form S. That concludes my testimony on the budget specifically. If there's any questions, I can answer those now, and then I'll move on into the departmental vacancies.
No, please proceed, and then we can get the questions after. Do your thing.
Thank you, Chair. DoD has a total of 532 authorized positions, 295 are permanent, 237 are temporary. There's a 0.5 factor in there, but it rounds up. Our total vacancies are 142 or 26%, which are down 4.3% from last year, with the 5 selections that I signed this morning, in which we're gonna onboard 5 new employees. I can give you a breakdown for the vacancies. About 21 or 15% of the positions are being established, with the position description and classifications being developed. 4 or 2% of the positions are being redescribed. 23 or 16% of the positions are awaiting state matching funds, which are included in our budget request. And they're broken down into various divisions within our department, but they were abolished by Act 7, reestablished without funding by Act 8, and so it's contained within our budget request. 10 or 7% of the positions are filled by exempt hourly wage employees or 89-day hires. 1 is a traditional state civil service, 1 is 100% federally civil service funded, and 8 are exempt that are either 75 or 100% funded through the federal government. And 10 are awaiting DHERD or 7%, either posting the list or a return on the packets back to our department. 70 positions have pending hiring actions, probably 65 now since I signed 5 this morning, and are in a variety of statuses. And of the 70, 42 are project positions that were recently funded in Act 250. We want to thank the legislature for approving these positions and are actively working on their fill. For telework, of the 390 current employees, none are currently authorized telework. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you to be able to present the Department of Defense budget request and for all that all of you do for the state of Hawaii. Myself and my staff are now available for any questions, Chair, that you or the committee members might have.
Right on. I have a couple of small ones and then we can get to the committee members for additional questions. So I think in the governor's approved list of recommendations for your department, there's a couple of small ones. One is about 27,000 to redescribe a pest tech 4 to vector control worker 3, and 31,000 to redescribe an admin SRT assistant to an admin assistant 4. Can you maybe walk through just the rationale and what you're seeking to accomplish? Is it to clear an existing vacancy by making the job more attractive? Is someone in existence now who you think you could pay better with a redescription? What's the end goal there?
If I could ask Mr. Sung.
I know that's kind of specific. Yeah. Because I do think, and we've been touching on this for other departments, but to the degree possible where departments can work in existing descriptions to kind of solve some problems. So I wonder if this ties into that.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. So regarding with reasons, as you're asking right now, as well as if there are any additional positions that you also wanted to inquire about the rationale, I will ask if I could get back to everyone here with the responses, just to gather further detail to answer, even though your suggestions of the reason very much could be so, but if I could get back to you on those specific ones that you're asking.
That'd be helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Correct, but we want to confirm all that. Okay.
Chair, I'll just reinforce what Mr. Sung just said. I think it best that we take your questions, we do some due diligent investigation.
No stress.
And we'll get back to you and the committee members.
Okay. And then there was a request for 500,000 in general funds for wildfire season preparations that doesn't look like it made it into the budget. Can you touch on what that would cover and entail if we were to approve the 500,000?
Definitely. It was so this past year, the governor was able to afford me an additional $500,000. We placed many of our helicopter crews into a more active status during times when either it was drier, higher winds, or actual red flag warnings were coming into effect. We were able to do it on both the island of Hawaii and here where we have facilities. So they were way more responsive in the Mana Road fire up on the Big Island. And it basically is a kind of a versatile approach to where we use our Black Hawk helicopters on the island of Hawaii because that's what we have there, and we don't have to spend the money on the en route time. And then we have heavier lift helicopters, the CH-47, which carries a much larger buck, up to 2,000 gallons, of water. And we sent that to the Big Island a couple of times also to help reduce the duration of the fire. The majority of those funds were expended for paying allowance for our soldiers to be able to place into a status and be more responsive. So we were trying to request the same thing for the upcoming year.
Okay, gotcha. Members of the committee, questions for the department? Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Can we get an update on the work being done on the Maui Veterans Home? Just a status update on where we are with the project?
I'll ask Lieutenant Colonel John Alamoden to come in and he'll give us our most recent update.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Actually, as we speak today, the design team is in their second design presentation amongst the committee regarding the initial design phase, which is a 35% design phase. The reason behind 35% versus 100%, as this $35 million state appropriation will allow, it will allow a ensuing $58 million federal match. So the design team is coming up toward a suspense date of August 1st to turn in a 35% design concept on the facility, and also including other required assessments such as environmental impact statements, as well as historical site statements as well. And so the design team is actually a little bit ahead of schedule in terms of having the 35% completed. Tomorrow, myself and the design teams will be going to Maui to present current updates with regard to design efforts thus far, including county departments, Mayor Bisson, and then toward the afternoon at the Ho'ohanohano Armory, we'll have what we're calling a veteran engagement session. So at that session, the design team will present to the veteran community the progress thus far. What we are aware of is that most veterans on Maui, although they have an idea of a potential veterans home, conceptually they don't know more than that. So this will be an opportunity to not only show the progress, but also engage the veteran community in terms of any questions, concerns, or even, hopes for the facility.
Could you share, or do you have any idea what kind of like the the timeline? I think I've heard of it in the past, but the next steps in the timeline, the major milestones, what's that looking like? How many years out, I guess?
Okay, so the key one, as I mentioned, is that August 1st deadline. So once completed and accepted by the VA and the State Veterans Home Program, then that prioritizes then the home project, what we call the 50 and above line. So we are competing with other projects nationally, but with the completion of this initial suspense, then we'll allow ourselves then to be prioritized in that 50%, top 50 group. From that point, then it becomes then funding availability. For those that may recall, for example, the Akaka State Veterans Home was able to get fully funded by an omnibus bill, which is an opportunity for not only the Akaka State Veterans Home, but for other the remaining top 50 projects as well. So are there hopes for something like that potentially? Of course, we don't know. So when we look at what then would be a reasonable funding cycle, we're most likely looking at funding around the 2029, 2030 timeframe.
Okay, and sorry, one last thing. Have you identified the Maui state entity that you're going to be doing the transfer to next year?
Kind of a two-part question. The preference, of course, is to be able to have a Maui entity to oversight the facility. So for example, at the Akaka State Veterans Home, Hawaii Health System Corporation Oahu region is the oversighter of the Akaka facility, along with Ohana Pacific as the operator. At this point, the Maui region has not been re-upped, for lack of a better term to describe. So Oahu region is prepared to support. And their position is when the Maui region does reestablishes itself, then they'll be happy to be part of a transition for the Maui entity to take over. If, however, Maui region is not able to upstart itself in time, then the Oahu region is very much able and willing to help support and oversight the Maui facility until a Maui entity can be identified.
Are you guys involved in the discussions with helping, are you providing any kind of assistance to Maui region to help reconstitute? I've also heard from HHSC that it's been very slow going, but knowing that this deadline is coming up and the preference, when the legislature passed this to, make that transfer. Are you guys involved also in working with HHSC on that reconstitution of the board?
Our involvement is as far as we are actively communicating with Oahu region, who then of course is communicating with Maui region. We have, for example, our contracted healthcare coordinator, he's retired Colonel Tommy Driscoll. Some of you may know him well because he's actually had history with the State Veterans Home Program, all the way starting from the Okutsu home, which was established in 2007. And so he's been well aware of the communications between Oahu region and Maui region. So in terms of actively being part of those discussions, not so much active in helping to reestablish Maui region, but certainly very much in tune to the active communications that are occurring in the hopes that Maui region can reestablish itself.
And no discussion of any other state entity potentially based on Maui doing
Not
this
at this time, not at this time, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you for that update.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions, maybe from either of our chairs that are sitting in? Anything on the mind? No? Okay, members of the committee? Yeah, Rep. Yamashita?
Great. Yeah. Can you, and this is a very broad question, but it is it was very top of mind last year, and we were getting updates on a regular basis. But the major disaster fund, where it's at today, and what's going on, and can you give us an update?
Mr. Barrow? Oh, Rusty.
Afternoon, sir. As far as a major disaster fund, right now, there's out of the, it's kind of like 3 years added up into since the Maui fires of $647 million. Right now, we have about $4 million remaining. However, next week, we actually begin to recuperate from the departments that received funding that were non-FEMA reimbursable that haven't been spent. We start contacting them and getting back the funds. We estimate to get back about $50 million. As far as federal reimbursements, if you recall, the government gave us $2 billion of a federal grant that we were allowed to draw down from and then just pay the state match. And normal disasters, the state pays 100% upfront and we draw down the 75% or 90% reimbursement. But in this particular disaster, the magnitude was so great that we were awarded the federal funding. So right now, we have about 1.7 billion that has been spent on Maui fires, and the rest of the funds are encumbered, and a majority of it is to pay for the debris clearance, the state's share. And then we are working to get back some monies between 25 and 50 million from the American Red Cross contract.
Okay, so that's good. But so how much more are we owed?
Well, we're hoping we're not gonna need any money from the state. The monies that we do get back will be re-encumbered to go against the debris clearance.
No, what I'm trying to see is how much more does FEMA owe us?
Do they owe us, sir?
Yeah, do they owe us anything? Are we?
We're still drawing from the 2 billion award that they
So
had
how-
given.
Do you have, can we have an accounting of that and send it to the committee?
I can send you, if you don't mind, I'll send it the ESF 16 report to Al Vargas and or
Yeah,
to
yeah,
John and
that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you. That was part of my second question, so that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Members of the committee, any additional questions for the department? Rep. Caruso?
Question, under HRS 127, 127A, 128, you folks have legal obligations in case of emergency preparedness and response. And I'm wondering, considering that we're looking at 16 to 17 million dollar shortfall over the next couple of years from federal funds that you folks currently use. I'm wondering if there, what is the baseline infrastructure for that work that you folks think the state might need to support to backfill? Should that money fail to materialize?
Okay, I'll
And
bring up,
that is a question like, you know, you don't have to answer now, cause maybe you haven't been doing that planning. But it is something that is kind of top of mind for me.
so maybe I believe we're talking about the Federal Emergency Management Agency's funding that they would normally have provided to the states in the event of disaster or
I mean, I think that you folks get all kinds of money, so you get EMPE, BRIC money, PDM, tsunami hazard program, fire management assistance, and other streams of funding from the feds.
mostly from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and they're going through a revision of their policies and procedures. Fortunately, Administrator Barros has participated with the Region 9 team to look at where that's headed. And you've as you've identified, we don't exactly know where that's gonna fall out with FEMA. So I think what we'll do is maybe, as you suggested, we'll thoughtfully put together a response on what the plan would be if some or all of that funding is not made available to us.
I'm interested in various scenarios, so if this, then this is our response, if, you know, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, any additional questions? Okay, Rep. Temple, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys for being here today. My question is on on a national level. What is our relationship with our national partners and like the intelligence community, and how do we coordinate and collaborate when it comes to man-made wars, and what is the urgency of our status?
So within the state of Hawaii, we have an Office of Homeland Security. Office of Homeland Security used to be under DOD until I believe January of 2024, where it moved under the Department of Law Enforcement, under Director Lambert's team. They I don't wanna go into a big history lesson, but that office was started shortly after 9/11 to be able to do exactly what you just described, to be able to fuse together information and intelligence from state, local, tribal, and federal entities. They work most closely with the Department of Homeland Security. Now, ironically enough, the Office of Homeland Security here locally, although working for DLE or Department of Law Enforcement, still physically resides in our building, so we work very cohesively together. And I sort of opened up with this exercise called Vigilant Guard we're gonna do. The exercise Vigilant Guard is gonna stress exactly that, right? It's gonna be crisis or conflict in the Indo-Pacific. It's gonna be done coincidentally to a major exercise that US Indo-PACOM is gonna do. And it's actually tied to another exercise that's gonna be done at the same time that US Northcom does. So what we're gonna be able to do is to develop and identify whatever gaps and seams might occur as we start to go through that. Now, Concurrently, we have another exercise program that we participate with Indo-PACOM. And in fact, later this month, it's called Keen Edge 2026. It's part of a constellation of exercises by which each entity I just described, Indo-PACOM, USARPAC, and the other component commands that are here, are gonna be able to get after some of the challenges that we anticipate within the Indo-Pacific. And we'll be able to stand up as a joint task force. We will be able to work very cohesively with the governor's office. The same type of construct that we developed for our response to Maui will be the same one we use here. And General Mallory for the exercise will be identified as the JTF commander, much like I was during the Maui response. And in this manner, Administrator Barros has been working very closely with the emergency management administrators or civil defense administrator for all the counties to make sure that they have buy-in to this exercise program. In other words, they can establish the training objectives that are exclusive to their counties or islands in the case of Maui County. And we can build that into the exercise so that we can get after what is exactly needed. We see probably the most prevalent and the most likely threat here to be in the form of a cyber attack. So or cyber activity, and it could be disruptive or it could be destructive into what we identify as critical infrastructure sectors. So we're working very hard to develop a plan for that. Within the last year alone, we published our Homeland Defense Plan, which centers on everything that I just described. And like anything else, a plan is great, but it has to be put through a demanding exercise, which is best, because then nobody's really getting hurt and there's really no damage, occurring. So similar, we do an annual hurricane preparedness exercise here. To accomplish that for a natural disaster, we're expanding that so that we can look at it as in the form of a non-natural disaster. General Mallory and I worked really hard, some behind the scenes work, to try to get awarded the ability to do the Vigilant Guard exercise in '27. The last time we did it here was in 2015. So you can see there's a little bit of a lag because there's 53 other states and territories. In 2015, it was totally natural disaster oriented. Currently, we are gonna look at a different orientation to be able to do a little bit of both. So I think we're on a good trajectory, and what I did tell Chair Bellotti and also on the Senate side is, at the end of this exercise, we'll have a review on what needs to be done. And we'll be able to prioritize that, and our department will use that in our approaches to the legislature, either for policy procedure, either for change in HRS laws or administrative rules, or for the actual budget submission that we do, so we can get after what's been identified as possible vulnerabilities within the state.
Thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else?
I just have one
Yeah,
follow-up
go ahead,
question.
Chair.
And I just really wanna understand this, and I just took a look at this submittal this afternoon. I just wanna clarify, HIEMA is asking for about how much money to be able to offset the losses on item number 1 for the emergency management performance grant, or am I reading this incorrectly? Your HIEMA is asking for
Page 1
general
of the
funds.
submittal,
Yeah.
Item C.
Says with expected losses in preparedness grants, HIEMA requests for general funds to offset these costs. That is an additional ask, correct? Or can you explain that?
So-
Can you explain this ask?
Yes, Chair. That ask was done about 6 months ago with the uncertainty of FEMA. And at that time, there was restrictions on the EMPG grant. Several states got into a lawsuit with FEMA. Right now, what we got back was the period of performance, and the grant will stay in place as it was originally intended. So that piece of it, if you asked me 6 months ago, I would have been jumping on the table when we need it. Right now, it doesn't look like HIEMA needs that. But to answer Rep. Caruso, we are looking at what happens when EMPG is not there. What does that mean for the state and the impact?
So that's gonna be a conversation for the future.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to read this correctly, you're not requesting those general funds now because of the changed circumstance. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
that's what I'm just trying to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna adjourn for the time being, or recess for the time being, thank you. And we'll reconvene in probably about 5 to 10 minutes with the Department of the Attorney General. Thank you very much for your time and you're so thorough, so always so well prepared, very impressive.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you,
Recess.
committee members.
Aloha, we are reconvening the House Committee on Finance for budget briefings, today in room 308. We are joined by the Department of the Attorney General. Whenever you're ready, feel free to get started.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon, Chair Todd and Vice Chair Takanoguchi, members of the committee and also other members of the House who are present. It is really a pleasure to be here to talk about our department today. With me to help that process are Brendan Kinoshita, who is our ASM, Matt DeBonch, my first deputy, Dave Day, my special assistant. I don't know where everybody is now. We have Tony Schwartz, our PIO, Julie Abato from the Crime Prevention and Justice Assistance Division, and from the Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center, we have Assistant Administrator Susan Unamori, who's back there. Also from the AG's office is Randall Nishiyama, who most of you know is sort of the budget guru from our department. Separately present to present their budgets and answer any questions you might have are Victor McCraw, the Executive Director, and Adrian Dakwa, the Deputy Attorney General from the Law Enforcement Standards Board, and Kristen Johnson, back there, from the Corrections Oversight Committee. So with that, if it's okay, I would like to spend a little time sharing some of the highlights of our year. And we have a very lean budget request, so I think we can sail through. I am really excited to share that over the last year, our department has reduced our vacancies by 50%. We have done that through the amazing efforts of Mr. Kinoshita, our HR Director, Barb Nita, and all of the division supervisors who have attended over 100, is that right? 11. I don't know where I got 100. Over 11 job fairs throughout the state. And because we've reduced our vacancies, we have 9 divisions that are completely fully staffed at this point. We've been successful for a couple of reasons. The generous appropriations from the legislature have allowed us to remain competitive in the legal community and have also allowed us to put into place a merit system that requires fairly rigorous expectations for people to meet. We've also reallocated a few positions, redescribed a few positions so that we can make sure that the positions we do have are aligned with what our organizational needs are. And then finally, as sort of our first project, we have created a career ladder for our legal assistants who are in Unit 3. The idea is there's not much upward mobility in our department, so the goal of this, what we're calling an advanced legal assistant, is for folks who have more experience and are working on more complex matters. This way, as we have newer folks coming into the department, they will get training and experience they need to hopefully want to stay with the department and move up, be promoted and make more money. That program is currently under review by DHERD, so as soon as they're finished with that, we'll be able to commence that. We've also started a very exciting project with the Department of Transportation and with DHERD to create a daycare center and on the first floor of the DOT building. This was sort of the brainchild of some of the deputies in my department. We think it will be finished and ready to run by next January. It'll have 32 slots for children ages 6 weeks to 3 years. A lot of the work that's being done is being done internally. We're not, hiring other people. DOE has entered into an MOU with SFA, and I believe the renovations we need to make to meet all of our regulatory requirements will cost about $100,000. We're excited about this because it'll be a daycare center in downtown. It is not obviously exclusively for state workers. We can't have that kind of a limitation on it. But for my department, where I think over 60% of the department are over 50 years old. We need to bring in younger people, and access to a daycare we think would be a really great idea. So we're very excited. Director Sniffen, as most of us know, can pretty much get anything done, and so he's been great to work with. And Director Hashimoto is gonna work with us so that if there are state employees who have children there, they can make it so that their paycheck automatically has whatever the fee is withdrawn. Now, whoever that provider is not going to need to charge for overhead and rent and all the other things that can really cause the cost of daycare to skyrocket. So we're very excited. We will report back how this is going. And because we're so excited, we've already identified a few other buildings in downtown that could have similar programs if people were interested in doing that. I'm just quickly on consumer protection. I think most of you know that we settled our lawsuit with Bristol Myers Squibb and Sanofi in the spring for a total of $700 million. The state received $555 million of that. The remainder went to attorneys who were basically doing the work for free for the last 13 years and finally got paid. I'll also say that their fee of 20% is a lot less than the typical going rate, so it was a great deal for us. More importantly, I think it lets businesses who come into Hawaii know that if their business practices harm Hawaii residents, we take it seriously and we will go after them. For our federal litigation, which most of you are familiar with, there are now 24 Democratic attorneys general working collaboratively on lawsuits to protect the rule of law, not just lawsuits to sue this administration. Through these efforts, we have won, we have 39 lawsuits, we've received 16 preliminary injunctions and 5 final judgments. Since our efforts last January, we have prevented the loss of close to $1 billion of congressionally appropriated money to the state of Hawaii. That's $500 million that was owed to FEMA, $365 million to the Department of Transportation, $89 million to the Department of Health, $33 million to the Department of Education, and over $100 million to the University of Hawaii. And how are we paying for this? Last session, you appropriated monies for this litigation. I am happy to say that we have spent over the last year a total of $12,015.17 for this litigation. And the reason, there's a couple of reasons. Part of it is because we had now 24, but we had 23 offices across the United States. We have all been able to do the work that needs to be done in-house. And what's really kind of interesting is if you think about the time zone changes, we can have work going on a document 24 hours a day. So we can send it out at night and New York can pick it up in the morning and start working on it. Also, most of the work to date has been getting preliminary injunctions and filing complaints. And that's not litigation heavy work. We anticipate that that will go up as we move into litigation with depositions, expert reports and trials and so forth. I will continue to provide a very specific accounting of those funds so that everybody understands exactly how that money is being spent. In our state litigation fund, which is separate, we have spent just about $1.3 million since July 1 of 2025 to the end of the year. What that looks like from FY 23 through 25 is about $3 million annually for this litigation. That does not include, some of the departments pay for their litigation or they reimburse us for that. So that's sort of, you'll see that actually our only request is for our litigation fund. And so that gives you kind of an overview of where we're at with that. I will close here and we can answer any questions that you might have about the budget. As most of you probably know, Brendan is really my right-hand man on my left side today. And he's really brilliant, so what I can't answer, he is totally capable of answering. Thank you.
Thank you. We are gonna be joined by our newest member in a few minutes, Rep. Hartsfield. So she can probably hear it, but big round of applause.
She's
Okay,
my
members.
law school classmate.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, nice. Who wants to start us off today? Rep. Pruso, go ahead.
I have a question. So in 2022, we funded what we call an anti-corruption unit. And I'm not sure if that falls under the litigation, fraud, and compliance unit. If that's a subsection or it's a special unit on its own. But I was wondering, with respect to that particular unit, I'm curious about how many vacancies, if all those positions have been filled, and the percentage of the monies that have been spent on anti-corruption work. So those kinds of
We
things.
ended up combining subject matters for what we're calling the Special Investigations and Prosecution Division, SIPD. I think we're fully staffed. I think Brendan can be more specific on that. And under that division, they are dealing with public corruption, trafficking, and white collar crime. Because of the appropriations that we've received, the division supervisor, David Van Acker, has been able to hire some really impressive investigators, people who were at the IRS, FBI investigators, to fill some of the positions. We've had success in our some indictments with public corruption, and we've had, I think the first indictment under state law for trafficking was done by this group, and I think we've had a second indictment somewhat recently. I'm seeing them as being very successful at this point, and I will let Brendan talk to you about positions and monies.
So to answer your question, Representative Crusoe, the SIPD there's 22 positions that make up that division. That includes attorneys, unit-specific investigators, some support staff. I believe 18 or 19 of those are filled with permanent employees. We do have 2 investigator positions that are filled with, on paper, they're filled with 89-day hires, so it doesn't count as a permanent position. But they are performing the work, and they have been for a while. And some of that just stems from challenges that have been shared with this body before about law enforcement retirees and how we get them to become permanent. But that division is largely staffed.
Okay, and the second, I guess, if I might ask a follow-up. So when you created this combined unit, I'm curious as to the percentage of those monies that's being spent on corruption cases as opposed to white collar crime and trafficking. And if you don't have that number now, I would be grateful for it later at any point.
So I can get that information for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Members, additional questions for the department? Chair Tarnas?
Thank you, and thank you to you, Chair Todd, for letting me be here and ask questions. Welcome, and thanks for your good work. I've got a couple of different questions, but I wanted to first ask you for an update. I understand that the Office of Medical Cannabis Control and Regulation has provided funds to the Attorney General for some positions. Could you explain what that was for and how you're doing on hiring for that?
So generally, I'll say it for the nuisance abatement unit, it will be hiring investigators. Brendan can go over where we're at with that. I have a sense that many of our investigators will want to move into that unit. So we may see some vacancies in some of our other units or other specific investigator units. But I'll let Brendan.
Before Brendan starts, could you explain to the committee what they do?
Oh, sure.
Because this is a hot topic, is cannabis, and we have legal medical cannabis, but there's real concerns out there. There's all this high THC hemp products that are out there unregulated. We see it all over Waikiki and such. You know, everyone looks to the Attorney General for enforcement. If you could explain what this group does that you're hiring and that'll help us understand sort of what our capacity is.
Certainly, as you recall, when the legalization bill came up 2 sessions ago, I think, it was important to me to make clear to the legislature that we had to have rigorous regulation to go with any kind of cannabis use for a number of reasons. One of my personal passionate reasons is because children should not have access to any kind of marijuana or hemp product that has THC in it. And we worked on that bill together, and I thought we did a great job on that bill collectively. Since that time, now that we have the I can't remember what it's called, the cannabis medical marijuana.
Office of Medical Cannabis Control and Regulation.
So all I know is that office stole one of my deputies to lead it. So, but he really was our kind of marijuana czar in our department. So he's a perfect guy to lead it. So what we're finding is hemp products, different products are being used and to create high THC content, whether it's hemp or gummy bears or any kind of product that you might see. It is, we're seeing a lot of it in stores, and it's right in front of us. And so this unit is to really work with that office to make sure that the only people selling any kind of product are people who are being regulated actively by the state and who have a license to do what they're doing. And there hasn't been a lot of success in this kind of investigation and prosecution because frankly, just marijuana crimes themselves they're not big crimes that are being, you're not seeing people getting busted for marijuana and those kinds of charges. And so I think what we discovered is we really have to put together a unit of people who are focused on this and nothing else. And I'm very pleased with this because you can walk down around the corner from my office and walk into a place and buy hemp products with high THC levels or marijuana if you don't look like me, but if you go in, and so that's its primary duties. I'm going to ask Dave Day if I missed anything.
Sure.
And I'm asking Dave because Dave Andrew Golf is the director of that office, who is our deputy, and Dave and Andrew worked collaboratively with Chair Tarnas's office and the legislature on that legislation.
Sure, I think one of the specific things about nuisance abatement and why it's kind of an important thing in terms of making sure that there's no, or basically combating both the illegal black market with respect to cannabis and with respect to these hemp products, is that it's a civil procedure rather than a criminal procedure. Nuisance abatement, rather than requiring proof beyond a reasonable doubt and the types of investigations that relate to that, it's a civil procedure. The bill that was passed last year, I don't know the name of the act, but it was HB 302, I believe. The purpose of that bill was largely to create an infrastructure and a regulatory scheme with respect to hemp products and the way of investigating these at the civil level. It also provides the ability to confiscate illegal hemp products that violate the law and regulations right off of the rack. And this is important with respect to not only the public safety concerns, but should the legislature choose to be moving forward with a legalization effort, these are the types of concerns from a law enforcement perspective that would be forming the basis of providing the public safety sort of superstructure that would be necessary to at least provide some semblance of order in any sort of transition to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and if you could fill us in on how is it going with the hiring? How many positions are being funded and how's it going with hiring now?
So this is where I step in. So as Dave alluded to, that act was Act 241. from legislative session 2025. The bill created 6 positions for the nuisance abatement. 5 of those are investigators, 1 of those being a program specialist to provide administrative support. Where we're at with that today is we've already requested the release of those funds from the governor's office. They've been allotted. None of them are filled yet, so what happened is, when you establish new positions, one of the things that we had asked for were for those positions to be exempt from HRS 89-6F, which is that exclusion from the bargaining unit is because people who deal with confidential matters. And so when you engage in that process, we go through DHERD, they present that to HGEA, and just on, I believe it was December 31st, we heard back that HGA disagreed with our request to have those investigator positions excluded from the bargaining unit. Our request was based on the fact that all other investigators in our investigations division are excluded from the bargaining unit because they may be tasked with conducting investigations against state employees. And so once we, now that we've gotten the feedback from HGA, once we settle that process, we're looking at what's the best way to move forward as far as so that we can get those positions filled. But once that issue is addressed, we are ready to go as far as filling the positions. And as AG had mentioned, we would first post it for an internal filling, and our understanding is that there are a whole plethora of individuals that are wanting to apply for those positions.
Thanks for the update, and please keep us informed as you move forward. It's a very important part of our capacity building that we need to do as we move forward on this issue. Thank you.
Alright, additional questions? I have something relatively small. We have funding for litigation. I can't imagine it's as simple as we double the budget and you get double the results. Is there I would say does your request, is that kind of optimal operational level of staffing? Is that point where you hit that kind of diminishing, returns for an additional position, or could you do more with a little bit more?
Litigation funds don't go to positions.
Right.
They are specifically used for litigation. So think about the Department of Transportation. All of their tort liability always requires experts in highway design and speed and collision and all of these various things. So that money is really used for experts, for depositions, for travel if we need to. And it's not used for positions at all. I think Brendan might have a breakdown of how it's used.
Chair Todd, to answer your question, what we based the litigation ask on was prior to COVID, the department's line item budget for litigation was $3.4 million. Of course, once COVID happened, everybody was asked to engage in a program review exercise to reduce their budgets. And so the AG's budget for litigation had been reduced to less than $2 million. I believe it's about 1.63. And so we did come in during the first legislative session that we were in to round that out to $2 million. Over fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, our regular litigation expenses, excluding this circumstance with our suits against the federal government, exceeded $3 million. And so, the additional litigation ask that we have right now still has that floor of $3 million to address our general litigation, but that extra $1 million would be to address those possible costs should these other cases go into discovery and trial phases.
Okay, thank you. Chair?
Thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a follow-up of Law Enforcement Standards Board, which I know is not in your presentation, but it's in the testimony. So if I might have the opportunity to ask. Yes, so in the testimony, Mr. Dakwa and Mr. McGraw, that you are requesting 3 additional full-time equivalent positions, $758,480 in general funds. Could you give us an update on why you need that, and because you're still getting yourself established, That is
correct.
And I recognize you also have a bill that relates to that. So I wanna give you the opportunity to explain to the finance committee the rationale for your request for positions and funding.
The standards board was established in 2018. However, it has taken until 23-24 to get funding for the administrative positions, which we hired in October of 2024. Other than Mr. McCraw here, he has no staff, he has no people to manage or supervise. If you look at all of the board's responsibilities set forth in 139.3, I think there are 13 separate subsections of training, education, recertification, decertification. These are very important things in today's society, and we need funding for them. The three positions, the lead investigative agent, the training and curriculum coordinator, and the administrative manager would go a long way towards freeing Victor up so he can help build this project up some more.
So the general funds would be specifically for salary and benefits.
The funding would be for salary and benefits, and thank you, Mr. Chair Todd. And also the term that you used earlier, which I wrote down, capacity building. Right now, our capacity is just me, and there's no way that I can accomplish everything for the board to meet its obligations under HRS 139. So that capacity building is for the personnel and also for systems. So systems with which we can document and track each and every law enforcement officer in the state, making sure that they are eligible for certification, that they meet those certification standards, and that they meet whatever continuing education standards are necessary throughout their careers as the board sees fit as they implement their administrative rules. The other thing is kind of our starting pistol, which is the job task analysis. What do officers do in the state of Hawaii, in each of the counties, and each of the state agencies? We kind of know what that is, but that's anecdotal. What we need is a job task analysis to dig down, to tell us what are the minimum requirements, what are the minimum capacities and abilities that we expect of these peace officers, and what should we expect of them throughout their careers, so that we can formulate our administrative rules around something solid that we can measure, and we're just not guessing. So job task analysis, the software to administer everything that we're doing, those are tools that will be used by those personnel.
Okay, thank you. And I understand you're proposing legislation to extend the effective date of your chapter 139 to allow sufficient time to develop your training programs, issue and maintain certifications for law enforcement officers as required by law. We'll deal with the specifics of this when you come before my committee, but I understand that if you don't do this by that date, you won't be able to certify any new enforcement officers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I think that's a compelling reason for us to do the extension. We'll vet this in our committee. We won't have to take the time of the finance committee to do that. But I appreciate that those things are linked. You don't have the capacity yet to do this, and so you haven't done it on time. You won't be able to meet your deadline.
Correct.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. Thank you for your good work on that. I sure hope you can get a full complement on your board. If we can get some police chiefs named, that'll help.
Some permanent.
Some permanent police chiefs hired, that would help.
That is correct.
So, because those are the people that are on your board, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have our newest member joining us. Congratulations. Welcome to the Finance Committee. Any additional questions for the department? No? Okay, we are going to recess briefly, and then we will be joined by the Department of Education, charter schools. We are recess. Thank you. Aloha, reconvening the House Committee on Finance for our 1 p.m. set of budget briefings on January 13th, 2026. We now have the Department of Education, Charter Schools Commission. Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Aloha, Chair Todd and Vice Chair Takenouchi and members of the committee. I'm PJ4, I'm the Deputy Director. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Ed No and Commission Chair Makalapua Alancaster. So you have our submitted testimony, and I will be going through and sharing some informational slides about the Charter Commission with you. And I'll be happy to answer any questions after we run through these slides and give you some information and background on our office. So as you can see, we have 40 schools in our portfolio at this point. 6 of those schools are Hawaiian language medium schools. Our current enrollment is up around 13,300. We'll talk more about that, and I'll share you some of our growth over the last few years. We do have 14 charter schools within our early learning program as well. So 14 of our schools have early learning programs. And 100% of our schools have demonstrated that they have a mission-aligned initiative, which is a focus for the work that they do. In our portfolio, you can see that in order to meet Board Policy E700, one of those tasks is for us to demonstrate the diverse education opportunities that charter schools provide for the students of Hawaii. And you can see here that we surveyed all the schools, and this is from their own words. This is how they offer instruction. And one of the key highlights there is to see that 75% of our schools offer some kind of project-based learning. Another highlight there is that we have 3 schools, up around 70%, around social emotional learning as a key part of their program, Aina-based learning, which is around the land that they're part of, as well as demonstrations of learning where students are actually showing it what it is that they're doing. Another key piece to focus in there, like we said, 55% of our schools identify as being Hawaiian focused. And that's more than just the 6 schools that are identified as Hawaiian medium schools. Over the last, you can see this chart shows from 2014 to 2025, there's been a steady increase of students choosing to attend charter schools across the state of Hawaii. Our last couple of years have shown a fairly significant jump, with this year's growth being up around 643 students. Those numbers is just a alignment piece. That's the actual number of growth, whether it's above the line or below the line. It's just the amount of kids that we acquired that year. As far as demographics are concerned, we can see that on the right side, our student population pretty closely mirrors that of the Department of Education, except in the English learners piece. We have significantly less students who are English learners, second language learners in our schools. However, you can see on the major ethnicity side that charter schools do enroll a significant number of students who are identified as Native Hawaiian. That is a large percentage of students in our schools. This is an indicator, this is the most recent data on our charter schools, the 24-25 school year performance. You can see there's about half in the blue and half in the red. So it's something that we're continuing to pay attention. The state average is noticed there, as well as charter-wide average. These are piece in time information based on Strive High, and it's something that we continue to monitor. So we do have a number of schools performing well. We also have a number of schools that are struggling, and then our role as an authorizer is to monitor that and see what we can do to help move that to more blue schools. As far as Strive High is concerned, it's important. It's not the only measure of a student. And so we also look at growth. So when our students show up at our schools, how are we helping them grow in their performances? And that's an area where charter schools seem to be performing well based on the data. So 94% of the students have met or exceeded the benchmark of growth. We only have 31 schools listed there due to some of our schools not having enough students, so the data's suppressed, so they don't get registered. We did have one school that did not participate, did not take the test last year. And we have a couple schools that take the AO only, which isn't reported in the Strive High data. But growth is something that we do pay close attention to, and making sure that our students are making at least 1 year's growth. Make sure I got my slides correct. And you can see here, this is just a little more data, a little deeper dive into that for language arts and math. Another key piece that we look at is the gap between students who are identified as what is it? Thank you. I'm blanking on my term. High needs and non-high needs. So students who come in with learning challenges and students who aren't identified as having learning challenges. And you can see here that a number of our schools are helping their students who enter the school with a learning gap. They're closing the gap between the performance of kids with high needs and kids with non-high needs. It's a data point again that we do look for. I believe the state average is there in the middle, and then each bar represents one of our charter schools. So another 5 of our schools weren't included in this as well because they have suppressed data or there was no data available. Something that we have also wanted to keep an eye on, and it's something we've been asked about before, is post-secondary readiness. It's important. How are our charter school students doing and getting ready after graduation? You can see here, this is based on the 24-25 data, that 3rd grade literacy is at 67%, 8th grade literacy at 45%, and 9th grade promotion is at 85%. So clearly 8th grade literacy is an area that needs some focus, and that's something that we'll be keeping an eye on with our schools as well. So that's part of the academic piece. So we have 3 frameworks. There's an academic framework, a financial framework, and an organizational framework that we use with our schools to monitor their performance over the lifetime of their contracts. This is the financial framework. We base it on a risk assessment model so that our schools know, we can understand where they are financially and what their risk is to continue to be successful or continue to fund their model for instruction. In this case, low is a good thing, and acceptable and moderate are within acceptable for our framework. We did have one school that identified as high in this risk assessment formula. It was our newest school, so that's to be expected. They haven't had a number of years. Their student population is still growing. And I can personally say I've attended their board meetings. Their governing board is well aware of it and taking appropriate steps to ensure that they financially can continue to grow. So that's our risk assessment model, and that's where our schools are performing at this point. One of the things we want to point out is that coming in February 2026, we've been putting this together behind the scenes, as I just mentioned about the 3 performance frameworks. Being that we are a public agency, we will be sharing, these will be going live, live dashboards for our charter school performance. Each of these key points in here that you can see, you'll be able to drill down into and find more specific data. So you can see here there'll be an academic performance dashboard that will have the school's performance. Strive High is definitely a part of this, as is the Mission Aligned Initiative and Indicator 3 and Indicator 4, which are 2 of the measures we used in Contract 4.0 to monitor schools' performance. We also have a financial performance dashboard, so people will be able to drill in and find out more information about the schools and their information, their finances. And then we have an organizational performance framework. And again, this is mostly the compliance piece. This is all the different requirements that schools are made to turn into us to make sure that they're compliant with all federal and state laws as a charter school. We also have two adjoining programs that are part of our office as well, early learning and federal programs. Our early learning program, we're happy to be a part of the Ready Keiki initiative that's been led by Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke. We've been with that since its inception. This year, we opened two schools, two pre-K only charter schools. One is Parkway Village out in Kapolei, and they are full up with 80 students and going. And the other is Waikiki Community Preschool located down in Waikiki, and they also are full at 93 students right now at this point. We also added, this being 10 classrooms, but we added another 5. So for a total of 15 classrooms this year for early learning across the states. Those other 5 classrooms were added to existing charter schools. We have 15 more classrooms slated to open up over the next couple years. Part of those in partnership with SFA, those are slated to have new construction or remodel. And over the next couple years, we'll be opening 15 more classrooms. And this year, actually, we were able to start prepping at least three teachers so that we can have teachers ready when these classrooms open. Like next year, there'll be one classroom, and then after that, there'll be a couple more classrooms. And we're trying to figure out how we can get teachers prepared to be in those classrooms, since that's a challenge. This is our federal title programs through an MOU with the Department of Education. We help, you're gonna help me with this one. We have funds that come from the SEA, and we distribute out to our charter schools for title programs. You can see there the amounts. We service Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and then CSI, TSI. Those are some of our underperforming schools identified on the by the state's criteria. We did have a few schools that exited CSI, but we also had a few schools that entered into CSI and TSI. You wanna add anything to that?
Just to clarify, the commission serves as a pass-through primarily for funding from the department. So Deputy Director Four mentioned that we receive funds from the SEA, so that's a state educational agency. The department serves as that state educational agency as well as the local education agency, LEA. So in this case, they are the primary recipients of any federal grants, and again, the commission serves as a pass-through for that funding. So as the slide shows, the different title programs that charter schools are a part of and receive funding for. Again, these funds come from the department and are distributed to the charter schools through the commission.
Okay. And then a couple of successes and challenges that we're facing at the commission. One of the successes, that school I referenced about the high financial risk, well, that also happens to be Kulia Academy, which is our newest school. They opened with 6th graders, and they happen to be the highest testing Strive High school in the state. And so they opened that last year, and they killed it. So we're really happy for them. Also, come on, Andy, keep it up, and now you got a challenge. You got to set the bar pretty high. So yeah, we're happy for them. Their program seems to be going well, and they're getting ready to open next year, and they'll be adding more students next year. We also opened 3 new charter schools this year. Namahana School, located up in Kilauea on Kauai, as well as the 2 preschools, only charter schools that I mentioned earlier, Parkway Village and Waikiki Community Preschool. We also have been working on our strategic plan update. We've revisited it. One of the key pieces to that, again, our role is to authorize high quality charter schools. You can see our goals to authorize, assess, and acclaim the work of that's our mission. The work of high quality public charter schools and offer diversity and innovation and excellence for our students. A key component to this is to put together the systems within our office. And one of the things that we have done is make sure that our staff is available to schools. So our monitoring is not just desk monitoring. We get out, we work with schools face to face, go through the contract, make sure they understand what they're responsible for. If they have any questions, provide technical support as necessary. But putting in place the systems of monitoring to ensure that we are developing high quality public charter schools that are diverse and innovative. And then our funding structure is a formulaic structure. I'm gonna take a quick stab at this. Danny is our expert on this one, but essentially the money is pooled through EDN 100, 200, 300, and 400, and it's divided then by the total Department of Education enrollment count. You can see that EDN 150 and EDN 500 are not included in that formula. I'm gonna add to that.
Again, this is for the charter school per pupil funding. This is the very simple look at the formula that determines that. So budget wise, where we're here today, the commission does administer two separate program IDs that have charter school funding. The first is EDN 600, and that's where the charter school funding exists, and it's primarily the charter school per pupil funding, the lump sum funding that schools receive and are then distributed by the enrollment counts at each school. The other program ID is EDN 612. That's where the commission's funding is kept, the funding for the early learning program, and also for the Ready Hawaii Keiki nurse program as well. So again, budget wise, this formula has essentially determined what the only budget request is that made it in the executive budget, and we have to clarify, it was actually not a request. Right now, if you look at the executive budget, you'll see a negative adjustment to EDN 600, and that's a negative adjustment of about 1.8 million to the charter school per pupil funding. As this formula shows, that's driven by cuts to the department's overall general funding for the upcoming fiscal year. So once again, as you've seen, this is not an actual funding request coming from the commission, but due to the formula, that's the item that's been approved in the executive budget for both EDN 600 as well as EDN 612.
So yeah, so this formula is brought to you just so you're aware of that. So cuts that do affect the Department of Education end up affecting the charter schools as well. And just a couple challenges we faced this year. The commission did non-renew the contract of Kamalani Academy that was located in Wahiawa. They were on a 2-year conditional contract. Difficult decision, not something that anyone relishes doing, but it was necessary based on the presenting facts and data that were there. The funding issues that everyone's well aware of, much of the turmoil going on at the federal level does cause concern for our charter schools as well. And some of the per pupil around that funding model, right? Anything that affects the Department of Education will affect the charter schools as well. And like we said, also or I didn't say yet, but the collective bargaining is something that we continue to look at from the standpoint of having it and how it's allocated to the Charter Commission so that we can pass it on to the appropriate schools. Currently, I believe it's part of our EDN 600 that we just explained, which makes it difficult to distribute to the appropriate schools that need it, right? Because not all schools get hard to staff or Hawaiian immersion differentials. Only specific schools get that. So right now that makes it a bit of a challenge for us. But other than that, that's a quick overview. These are our commissioners that are currently sitting as volunteers who give their time. And I think that's as far as the information is concerned. I want to thank Danny also for adding in. EDN 600 is the bulk of that work, but EDN 612 is the office portion of our office, and that's the portion that dictates staffing within our office to monitor our 40 schools.
Thank you. Members, questions? Rep. Russo?
So thank you for bringing up Kamalani. And I so appreciate working with you folks over the course of the past 8 years. And I think, it wasn't just in the under the conditional contract that we saw issues. It was very painful for the community to see, even when the school opened, that they had originally set themselves up as an arts academy, and then because they didn't get enough enrollment in Wahiawa, pivoted to advertise themselves to the community as a culturally based school, right? Based in Native Hawaiian culture. And they had no faculty who could address that concern. They had no pedagogical experience. they had no administration that was able to do that work. So there was a real lack of trust for 8 years. So it was caused a lot of conflict. So I appreciate the work that you folks have done in kind of speaking to that. And I wanted to know in EDN 612, so you mentioned that that is the program ID under which you folks fund compliance and oversight. And how much of that budget, because how much of that budget is dedicated towards compliance, right? Proactive, and you mentioned site visits. I'm interested in like the site visits, the conversations with community, the close examination of what's actually happening in the school, as opposed to administration costs. And do you code those monies so that you can see that differentiation between administration and compliance, or is it all kind of lumped together?
From a budget perspective, we don't kind of line item and say this specific amount is for compliance, but overall, from the EDN 612 budget, there's approximately 12.5, that's the total general fund allocation. Of that amount, about $1.8 million is for the commission office itself to fund salaries, but it also funds things such as our travel to our schools. So in this case, as Deputy Director Ford mentioned, we do make it a point to get staff out to schools. Our performance framework team actually travels at least twice a year to our different charter schools. So again, so in this case for Kamalani, we did go out more than twice a year, but work and travel for the performance frameworks team as well as from our administrative level. I can probably get some information together to try to give you maybe a little bit more of a breakdown on that. And that's something I can get to the committee, or we can get to the committee shortly. But again, out of that larger budget, the actual commission office budget itself is about $1.8 million of the total fund, 12.5.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could expand upon, your third to last slide. You just have a line saying one of your challenges, differentials, collective bargaining. Could you expand on the charter schools and their specific challenges with those things?
First, there's a general funding challenge. I want to say about 2021. The legislature did appropriate $2 million to cover teacher differentials, and as the slide shows, these are differentials for the hard to staff teachers as well as Hawaiian immersion differentials. This does not cover special education. The special education differentials are paid out by the department. So again, this is for those two specific category items. So $2 million was appropriated. We found out in the last few years the actual cost has been about 2.4. This past year is about 2,430,000. So we're short funding. In order to make that difference up, we've had to work with the Department of Budget and Finance as well as with the governor's office to cover that shortfall. So if you've looked at what our request this past year for, we did request $450,000 to cover that gap in order to fully fund the differentials at the charter school level. So unfortunately that wasn't approved, but that's the funding issue that we have for differentials. There's another technical issue as we discussed earlier, in that the funds right now sit in EDN 600, which means they are part of the per pupil amount. We do distribute it to the schools that are eligible. The issue could be that someone could challenge that and say, no, it has to be distributed on a per pupil basis because it is a part of EDN 600. So again, something we continue to work with the legislature as well as with the Department of Budget and Finance, and as well as HST and the Office of the Governor on.
Okay, and then a quick one before I turn it over to other members. We have, kind of like a looming crisis for DOE facilities where every demographic indicates we're gonna have a massive decline in enrollment. Current estimates are about a third of the current DOE student enrollment over the next 15 to 20 years. Do you evaluate that when it comes time to approve new charters, given that they're feeding from that same pool of applicants, and we have existing facilities that are dramatically underutilized within the DOE already?
I'm sorry, do we evaluate
Do you evaluate kind of the
decline or
broader
the facilities?
trends around enrollment? Cause you know, like you have seen an uptick in enrollment, and I think that speaks to the popularity for the charter school program. But that does come at the expense of enrollment for the DOE, which is already declining. And we have all this infrastructure. We have certain schools that are about 40% of their current capacity that are operating, and it's only trending in the wrong direction.
We haven't tracked that data specifically. I was actually just at a school yesterday with a representative, and she asked that question. And that school does know where their students are coming from. And it's not all just department schools. There are, some of our charter schools are beginning to attract students from some private schools due to some of the economic hardships that are being faced as well, and Catholic schools as well. So, which I guess they're private as well. So, it's not something we have right now, but it's something we could ask our schools to keep an eye on. I do believe most of them track where their students are coming from. Like as an enrollment, what's your prior school? They have to be able to ask for the school records, so they should be able to have that information.
Yeah,
But it's something we could look into.
Sure, cause I guess part of my concern, you know, in the near future is, you know, I don't think there's a ton of understanding at individual charter schools how they're specifically financed, and there's definitely an impression, at least during my time in the legislature, most of my charters believe that they don't currently receive funding for facilities through the per pupil. So they believe they're being shorted. I was under that impression until becoming finance chair. So I think that's part of the problem. But also, if we have requests coming from charter schools in our districts, they're requesting money for either through grants or even through our state CIP process for facilities. But we already aren't utilizing the facilities we have now. It just kind of feeds into the same problem. Kind of speaking to that, have you had ongoing conversations with the DOE, with the superintendent, with the BOE around potentially kind of adaptive reuse of some of these failing campuses? And you know, what is there are gonna be times where charter school is the most appropriate use for a conversion. Is that on the table now, or is it kind of piecemeal?
Well, I believe it is on the table from the standpoint of statutorily, it's in 302D
As a
that
preference, well,
charter
more than
schools have first access
refusal,
to facilities. That being said, we have regular conversations, we have monthly meetings actually with the Department of Education, and the topic of facilities comes up, and if they are going to condense their schools, then we certainly would put ourselves out there as if there are charter schools that are interested in those facilities, would that be appropriate? We have a good relationship with them, we meet with them regularly, and so it's something we can make sure is on the table, but it has come up in the past as to could charters be a good fit for that.
Okay, thank you. Rep. Kush?
Yeah, along that same line of questioning, thank you, Chair, for bringing that up. So in my district, I have a conversion charter school, but I do have another school that Kalanaole that just hosted another elementary school at it while that elementary school was being rebuilt. Ah, hell. And they leave, their school will be complete and they'll be going back there this fall, and they're gonna do DOE Hawaiian immersion school, but that'll be a kindergarten class. And it brings up, like, I know Connections, which is a charter school in the district next door to me, downtown Hilo. You pay for a big facility, and they are always they've had issues with the community trying to secure a parcel, a lot of resources expended in that respect. And it made me think of how there's places like that that may, you know, has that happened in the past where a charter school serves in the same facility as a DOE school.
That did happen, I think it happened a few years ago with was it Kamuki and Sikhs. It's no longer happening, but
it did happen in the past.
Was that a failed experiment or is it just was a byproduct of other reasons?
Isolate it to that situation perhaps, and it was a failed experiment for that situation. I believe there are other places where there are those kinds of interactions going on. In fact, I think it came up yesterday. New York City might have some shared spaces between charter schools and public schools that I wrote myself a note to explore, but that's very recent. I haven't looked at it yet.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
it's
just
something
because
we
it
can
might
look
be a
around.
different kind of demographic you're
Yeah.
reaching, like, I've never considered charter schools. I have 3 kids who went through the DOE systems, no offense, but
Yeah.
and some people, that's like the only thing they would consider. So they might be a good resource, and again, it's like a top line financial consideration is all these facilities that we have on the state and utilizing them to their highest and best use.
I'd like to add some clarification to that, Representative, and getting back to Chair's question as well. As part of our application process, when we're considering adding new programs or new charter schools, we do look at what's the community need? Is there an actual need in that community? We ask for evidence that the applicant has gone out into the community to determine if we build it, will they come? Most of the applicants that we do work with are consider themselves community groups. And part of our process also does ask to consult with the department in terms of looking at things like the enrollment. Are they considered, you wanna say like couple A where they're bursting at the seams, or is it an area where they've seen that steady decline in enrollment, and things that we will factor into our review as we're looking for at a charter school. You can have 50 signatures, but if the enrollment in that district, in that area has steadily declined, one of the questions we do ask the applicants and go over within the process is, how are you gonna meet these enrollment projections that you may have in your application?
Okay, that's helpful. Representative Soto?
Thanks. So 20 years ago, I had my middle son in private school in first grade. And at the end of first grade, because he was there for kindergarten for 2 years, in the middle of first grade, we bought our house in Eva. I used to live out here in town. And that year, and I worked at Campbell, so getting him out here just did not fit our family, in town. So we moved him to public school, our district school. He was there for, I think, 3 years, and then we chose Hawaii Technology as a school of choice for my kid for I think 6.5 years. Which is now a school that operates in Eva Beach in my district. Now I'm still a charter mom now with a little one, going to Kulia Academy, one of the first, the students in the first inaugural year. And listening to facilities, I know from the school side, being that I'm a charter school mom for quite some time, I understand that. In listening to the conversations that gone on, I'm kind of concerned when we talk about shifting unused DOE schools to charter, because we talk about deferred maintenance and not fixing up schools, that I kind of feel sometimes the charter might end up with old facilities and getting dumped with maintenance, as something that comes in there where the DOE schools would never open up to a facility like that. But can you explain, just so that everybody understands, what does per pupil funding pay for? Because now we know it's not facilities, right? It's not directly for facilities. What exactly does per pupil pay for when the schools get it? And can you compare that to what the DOE traditional schools get?
Sure. The per pupil funding is a lump sum funding, so schools have to pay for their staffing costs, they have to pay for facilities, they have to pay for buying their curriculum, buying their technology. So again, it's a lump sum model. It's not a line item model. It's a lump sum model determined. We had that slide earlier of the formula that's made up of the different buckets from the department's budget. So again, there are no specific line item appropriations at this time. If there was one, the teacher differentials might have been considered the first line item appropriation into that per pupil funding. So again, Representative Rizota, as you as you've said, there's no specific facilities appropriation that's made to the charter schools. It's just the lump sum funding model. That's what we currently have. Statute does allow charter schools to go to a weighted student formula model. That's something that has come up from time to time with some of our different charter schools, especially some of our older charter schools. It would be a very lengthy process. We'd have to probably consult with and work with the department on that as well. But essentially, it would take, I believe, 2/3 of the charter schools to essentially vote and approve to go to a weighted student model. So we'd probably be pretty far off in terms of going to that specific type of model. But again, overall for charter school funding, it is the lump sum model that has to cover all costs.
So I know that charter schools aren't gonna go away, so the time will still be there. Would you recommend the per pupil or weighted student formula if today you would have to choose?
As the authorizer, we would have to engage our charter schools in that. That would be up to them. As the authorizer, we're looking to approve. We don't dictate how they spend their funding. So the charter schools, we would have to feel that. And it's something we could do. We could bring that up to our schools and, there's been inquiries about it. What's the temperature and what would they feel like? But as the authorizer for us, it's a matter of ensuring that the whatever funding, however they get it, is we monitor that it's being spent appropriately. So as the authorizer, not our place to suggest where that would be fun or how that money should be distributed. I defer back to the schools and say, we're happy to go engage them in it and ask if that's something they have an appetite for.
And I think overall, it's something we could work with our schools on to maybe get a model or kind of get to see what it looks like. I think, as you know, with charter schools, from HTA. HTA is the largest charter school. I think right now they're over 2,200 students. And on the flip side of that, we have smaller area schools on the
35 is our smallest.
Is that in Hilo?
Yes.
Yeah, thought so.
Yeah, we have schools on the Big Island with 35. We have two of our smaller schools also on Kauai that serve the Niihau community population on there. So something I think we can definitely work. I know it's come up before in terms of what would the weighted student model look like. For those of you that keep up with some news in Charterland, we did recently lose two of our, I want to say, founding members of the charter, Ohana. One of them was Steve Hirakami. Steve was very, very interested in charter school funding, and he would have been one of the first to volunteer to try to put together some information of what a weighted student model would look like. So we can definitely take that back and see if we can work with some of our schools to kind of put something together to get that to this committee and to the members.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Additional questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jennifer, for being here. Like Finance Chair, I'm also seeing that decline in schools and just educational. And when you fill that thought process out about co-locating charter schools with DOE campuses or whatever that model might look like, one of your slides also indicated hybrid schools where they're actually accessing education online. And this is me just guessing, but I also think that's gonna become a trend where heading to school and a brick and mortar facility will really become obsolete 15, 20, and even 25 years down the road. And then that's why I'm hoping you can fill out that conversation and that ask that our finance chair is asking for. Because we do put a lot of parent maintenance dollars into our DOE schools, and they're aging. Those facilities are aging. And I've seen DOE charter on one campus, and It works and then it doesn't. Especially when the charter schools start to grow and the DOE doesn't. And so I would love to see some of that forecasting in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Members, additional questions? Okay, Aparcio.
Sure, I have a question, and thank you for providing this information. I'm gonna remember both of you because this is my first question as a representative. Now, in light of what you shared and the formula that you tried to explain to us, how does whether a charter school is renewed impact the proposed supplemental budget for both EDN 600 and 612? Because I noticed there are 13 that are currently under consideration for renewal. How would it impact your proposed budget?
Go ahead. Part of the process that we'll go through this year, as we prepare for, this is the supplemental year, but every year we provide an enrollment projection to the legislature, to finance, as well as on the Senate side as well. So we do try to forecast what enrollment's gonna look like in the upcoming years. In renewal, we're going through our renewal process currently, and we are right now scheduled to finish renewal by the end of January going into, or by the end of February going into March. What that means is that hopefully at that time we should know if all 13 are renewed with conditions, or if we have any schools that were not renewed. So in this case, it would be adjusting the enrollment projection that we provide to the legislature that then feeds into these different formulas that actually determine what the per pupil allocation is gonna be. So this year, our enrollment on our enrollment count date, which is different from the department's official enrollment count date. The official enrollment count date that the department uses for their reporting purposes locally as well as on the federal level is the August enrollment count. On the charter school side, we use October 15th as our funding date count. So when we do report enrollment counts, we usually refer to that count date because that's the one that essentially determines how much funding that charter school is gonna receive for the year. So again, we had about 13,300 students this year. We're seeing a slight increase of roughly about 1% a year is what we've seen. But with the two new charter schools that have recently opened, Kulia Academy as well as with Namahana, they're on what we call as the slow growth model, which is that they're adding a grade or two every year. So we'll factor that into the enrollment projection as well. So this year's enrollment projection that we'll provide to staff and the committee, it'll be 13,300 plus 1% plus I think Kulia is roughly about 100 kids per grade level, so that will be added in, as well as Namahana, I believe, is 75 students per grade level. So those numbers are added into and make up our enrollment projection every year that we report. Does that provide some clarification or?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how much wiggle room your budget may have, but you are anticipating an increase of enrollment versus a decrease. So I'm guessing most of these 13 charter schools, if not all, if not many, then all will be renewed.
We do try to stay on the more conservative side. So again, and we've kind of seen the trend has been, no more than a 1%. So we will usually use the 1% or go down to 0.7, 0.8 as we're looking at our projections.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, how many, if you know, how many of the charter schools have either nonprofits or another organization attached to them to help them fund operations?
Almost all of them. I think there may be a handful that does not have a nonprofit that's attached to them. I think I could safely.
I would say the overwhelming
Overwhelming number, like 38 out of 40 would be my best guess. there might be two, and that just comes from me attending a number of governing board meetings and listening to reports about nonprofits.
And that's to help them pay operations, right?
It's more to help them if they acquire facilities or other things like that. Because as a state agency, they're not able to acquire buildings, so they have to work through their nonprofit. But it's also to receive grants and other funding from certain agencies. Some agencies won't donate to a school, so they donate to the nonprofit to fund programs through the school. So most all the schools that do have a nonprofit have some kind of agreement with their nonprofit on whether it's
Okay. Do you know of any traditional public schools that are attached to nonprofits or anything in the same way?
I don't.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, if not, thank you very much for being here. We are going to adjourn, but before that, I just wanted to announce that we will reconvene tomorrow, January 14th at 9 AM in room 308. We will have the Department of Education Executive Office on Early Learning, the School Facilities Authority, and in the afternoon at 1, we will have public libraries and as well as a DOE in Tilda. We are adjourned. Thank you.